This event is a space to share ideas, and I'm really excited to hear all the presentation today. I hope you have an active participation in today's event, asking questions or giving your comment. My name is Jennifer, and I will moderate this first part of the ceremony. I would like to extend a special welcome and sincere thanks to all student authorities of ambassadors of Latin American countries present today and the representative of Korean authorities. To formally open the ceremony today, I would like to invite PhD Jermaine Jin, founder and president of the Peruvian Korean Academic Association, as a pet, to share a few words with us. Please welcome Jermaine to the stage. Good morning, everyone. Dear esteemed guests, ambassadors, professionals, students, and sponsors. Thank you for being here today in the State Committee of Latin American Researchers in Latin America 2025. Your presence gave meaning to this event. I'm truly honored to join you. 2 years ago, I had a dream to create a space uh, that brings our Latin American community together through education and research. Powerful tools that not only shape our countries, but also build strong bridges with South Korea. That dream is also personal. I came to Korea as a student. This is my master, then my PhD, and today I will stand before you as a postdoctoral researcher. I know Franciscan challenges, hopes, and strength is taken to grow for from home. It was on the journey, and I felt the need to build this space for us by us. In 2023, we made it happen through the Peruvian Korean Academic Association, which continued to lead. And now, thanks to the commitment of so many of you, we are here again stronger, more united, and more inspired. With Azabeth, we've been creating opportunities that began in Peru and now across America. We believe in the power of this community and in the need of a home where students, researchers, and professionals can share ideas, connect, and inspire each other. Today, uh, I want to thank my team for believing in this dream, for supporting the volunteers, and for giving your time and energy to this mission. And deeply thank to the Embassy of Peru and Ambassador Paul Duclos for always stand by us, not just in this event, but every initiative we lead in her, discipline, and purpose. To the ambassadors here today, especially from Ecuador to Colombia, thank you for your support, encouragement. It is for us to keep building this space like this. And to the students and future researchers here today, believe in your dreams, even when they feel distant, even when you are far from home. Now that your journey matters, you are the future of our region, and work will open doors for many others. Thank you, you work with this path. Together, I now have the honor to officially open the second meeting of Latin American Researchers in Korea. Thank you. Welcome. Next, we would like to introduce briefly ACPE, the Peruvian Korean Academic Association and the main organizer of today's event. This presentation will be given by Ms. Diana Nuburi. Please welcome her. Morning, good everyone. It's a pleasure for us to welcome you to the second edition of the American Meeting of Researchers. I'm going to be introducing the association. It's kind of living and consultative organization integrated by Peruvians who have studied or are studying at university centers in Korea. We have different rules for people to be the link between Korea and Peru, between institutions and also individuals in order to have a better understanding of each other, but also to encourage more research and opportunities for both sides. Our story started with our founder, which is Dr. Yenny. She started the contact with our embassy in 2017 and working together with our ambassadors and embassy. She was able to establish our association after we have been working very hard since 2017 and 2021. We established the association and we were continue working as you can see in different stages until this last stage where we were welcoming more Peruvians or Koreans as well, but also Latin Americans. Our public has been increasing year by year with different nationalities, different Latin American friends. We have a very supportive team that is, as you can see here, composed of a secretary, an academic events team. We also have a design media and communications team, and as well cultural and human resources team. Next, please. We are not only working in Seoul, but also we have representatives in different regions, as you can see here. Chuncheon, Daejeon, and so on. We also have representatives not only in graduate studies, but also undergraduate studies. Senior our coordinators from the undergraduate programs. We have active members who are supporting us all throughout the different activities we have. Next, please. We have started our events with promoting the scholarships that are available for our Latin American students and specifically Peruvians. We have support as well from the embassy in Korea in Peru. You can see here the events that we have started at the beginning with the scholarships in Korea, but we also focus on mental health. Mental health of our students, which is very important, it's very difficult to live in a different country. So we have the participation of psychologists in this enterprise. Next, please. In 2002, we continue with events. We have our first meeting of young specialists in Korea. As you can see here, it was a huge step for us to begin with when we were starting. And we hold also cultural, different Korean cultural history events, and we keep with our scholarship events. Next, please. Later, we have the 60 years of our diplomatic relations between Peru and Korea. We have been participating very actively on those celebrations and events, not only in Korea, but also in Peru. As you can see here, there are pictures from the embassy of Korea in Peru, as well as pictures from in our events from our embassy in Peru. Next, please. Recently, in 2024, we started working with NIET from the Ministry of Education of Korea, and we started working closely with them. Uh, Before that, in 2023, we celebrated this event. As you can see, this is the second edition. We have the first edition of this Latin American event. 2003, we have the participation of many different Latin American groups, associations, and friends. Also, the dancers from Mexico that are accompanying us today again. Next, please. Here are the previous event and the first encounter, the first meeting with Latin American researchers. Those were the associations involved, collaborating and also participating. Next, please. We also have the support of different organizations, Korean organizations, academic organizations, and also related to universities. We have the support as well from Latin American for example, we have the different restaurants, different sponsors. So it's not only Korean, but also Latin American different entities that are supporting it. In 2023, we also participated in different events in the Embassy of Korea. Korea and Peru. There are pictures with the 66th year anniversary of our diplomatic relations. Next, please. Actually, in 2024, we were gladly working with the Ministry of Education, with me, celebrating all different events. For example, we have our second meeting in Korean researchers in Korea. It was called in Peru. So we are not only have events in Korea, but also we do our resources and staff and members that are actively working in Peru as well. Promote research and opportunities for all Peruvians in Peru, but also from different Latin Americans, as all our online events as well have a variety of attendees. In this case, using Latin Americans as well. We held different cultural activities, including volunteering engagement. We went engagement to an orphanage with a lot of different research, doctorate, math, graduate students. We were there engaged as well. We have other cultural events at Nani Island trip, the pictures. Next, please. In 2024 again, in collaboration with our embassy, we were participating in different cultural events because we know it's not only academics but also the cultural presence of Peru that is very important. And for us, representatives of Peru in Korea. So we participated actively in different cultural events with our embassy and considered different traditional interests we were trying to portray. And also in 2024, we have an event, visa seminar in Munich. We were very happy to have different variety of artists, not only from Latin America or from Peru, but also from different countries. Our attendees were from different countries, India, even from Africa. So we were very grateful for the huge following and huge support that we have been given, not only from by the institutions, next please, as you can see here, not only by the institutions, but also by the public and support from different continents as well. Next please. We also have the support of first specific institutions, South Korea, and thank you so much for the Sovereign Center as well for the continued support for the National Institute of International Education studying Korea. Our dear embassy ambassadors are working on diplomatic representatives as well. Next, please. Here you can see the people in charge that have been supporting us actively. We have the support from previous ambassadors from Peru, but also have the support of the ambassador of Korea in Peru, also from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Peru. We have, of course, the support and unconditional support of our ambassador here, present in the event from Peru. Thank you so much. Next, please. And those are the different organizations in Peru that are supporting us, not only organizations in general, but academic organizations. Conecta, Conecta, Científicos, and others. We are very, we emphasize a lot on the research and scientific accomplished through this exchange of different opportunities between both countries and both continents. Next, please. And sure to see our socials. You are welcome to follow us and keep updated with our activities. And thank you so much for today. And 감사합니다. Science official Peruvian Korean Association is working. Now, it's a great honor to introduce Mr. Paul Kutlos, Ambassador of Peru, who will share a few words with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished colleagues, the Korean representative, the Dr. Janine Guillen, President of ASAPEC, participants to the second meeting in the Latin American researchers in Korea. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for this special and kind invitation and to express my heartfelt congratulations to ASAPEC for using this remarkable initiative now for the second occasion with Latin American countries, and we participate in more than 6 countries. Also, I would like to acknowledge the JGBC, the Global Knowledge Exchange and Development Center, that hosts today, along with other Korean institutions, for their invaluable support in making this important project a reality. Definitely, the Caso Peru is very glad to support this endeavor, aimed at disseminating and exchanging knowledge generated by Latin American students and researchers in Korea. And this initiative holds the potential to highlight opportunities and challenges shared by our countries, fostering synergies and collaboration among academics and professionals in the region. Holding this initiative in Korea is particularly significant by two key reasons. First, because Korea stands as a global leader in science and technology, as it is shown in the museum next door, whose remarkable development over the past decades serves as a paradigmatic success story, one built upon the promotion and strengthening of academic and scientific research. Second, because Korea continues to play a crucial role in funding study programs and providing resources for innovation and learning in our country. Through its cooperation, it has made a substantial contribution to capacity building across several fields of knowledge. So these elements run together like this, a very strategic dimension. They create valuable opportunities for joint action and tangible and concrete outcomes. I recall, for example, several Peruvian students that led, together with the universities, different projects with Peruvian institutions, not only in Lima, but in several cities of Peru. Furthermore, these meetings contribute to a consolidation of academic cooperation networks and the strengthening of friendship among the participants that also is very important. Finally, I would like to highlight the individual efforts and collaborative spirit of each one of you. I am certain that your greatest reward will be the unwavering contribution to the advancement of scientific and academic capacities in each one of your countries and across the Latin American region. Thank you very much. Tanzania.
The embassy for the continued support in academic activities and also the cultural cooperation. Now, we're pleased to invite Secretary Esteban, Ambassador of Ecuador, to share a few words with us.
The ambassadors and colleagues of the Latin Group Security in Korea, still Mrs. Yani Medellin, President of the European Korean Academic Association, authorities and representatives of the academic institutions, distinguished scholars, researchers, and students, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be present today, the second meeting of Latin American researchers in Seoul, a significant event that brings together distinguished academics from Latin America and Korea. As a career diplomat and former professor of the Pontifical Catholic University of Ecuador and Diplomatic Academy of my country, I fully recognize the value of academic activity and the important contributions made by those engaged in scientific research. The remarkable technological advancement achieved by the Republic of Korea and its application of well-being of its citizens is a valuable example from which we can learn. As stated in the call for this event, it is essential to recognize and encourage the efforts of distinguished researchers whose work can contribute meaningfully to the development of our countries. In this regard, I would like to acknowledge the significance of this event as it highlights the work of young Latin American researchers, were becoming important bridges between our countries and the Republic of Korea. These scholars will eventually bring the knowledge that acquired in Korean universities back to Latin American countries for the benefit of our citizens. I extend a very special greeting to my fellow compatriots, Ecuadorian students here who are participating in this meeting and offer my sincere congratulations on their professional achievements. I also like to highlight some of their accomplishments. In the case of Mr. Nadudnico, a graduate of the Escuela Superior Politécnica del Litoral at the Polytechnical School of the coastline of my country, has distinguished himself in Korea as a researcher in the Seoul Kyungwan University, where he completed his doctorate and was awarded Best Researcher in the field of engineering. He currently works with companies such as Hyundai Robotics, Vestec, and a former collaborator of Samsung and Koga Robotics, with which he has secured a patent in the field of robotic engineering. Mr. Andres Alciva, also an outstanding sport graduate and researcher at the Swansea University, has developed a significant project involving the design of an unmanned vehicle to support the Ecuadorian Navy, maritime security, and protection operations. This tool will be instrumental in combating organized crime and enhancing the safety of Ecuadorian citizens. Mr. Roberto Chan Silva, an exceptional doctorate student at Seoul National University of Science and Technology, Seoul in the Department of Applied Artificial Intelligence, is the author or co-author of several publications related to intelligence solutions for evaluating human health risks and COVID-19 symptoms, making among Ecuadorians among other topics. Mrs. Maria Belén Novoa Guijarro, a distinguished graduate of the Pontifical Catholic University of Ecuador in the field of economics, and a respected researcher at the University of Foreign Students in Korea. She is the author of an important publication, Education for Social Diversity, with a particular focus on deaf students. Please accept my most heartfelt congratulations on your efforts and achievements. I am confident that you will continue to contribute to progress and well-being of our fellow citizens in the future. And let me thank again the organizers of this meeting. I fully recognize the importance of these initiatives, and I will be more than happy being part of every effort to force and strengthen the cooperation between the Embassy of Ecuador and this association. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those inspiring remarks and your participation today. Now we are honored to welcome Mr. Francisco Alberto Gonzalez, Mr. Plenipotentiary of the Embassy of Colombia to offer a few words.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, it's a great honor to join you today to deliver this statement on behalf of Ambassador Santos and I for the opening ceremony of the second meeting of Latin American researchers in South Korea, organized in the Institute. Ambassador Nice presents his apologies as he is out of the country on recognition of it is to be in person today. First, I wish to extend my warmest congratulations to Dr. Yanime Guillen Spec, founder and president of SPEC, for her extraordinary commitment to fostering regional and cooperation and creating this meaningful platform. I also thank the organizing team for their dedication and hard work in making this gathering happen. We are privileged today to have the participation of research works from countries such as Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, and Peru. Your presence of these many achievements reflects the richness, diversity, and strength of Latin American academia. As a representative of Colombia, I am particularly proud to highlight the contributions of three outstanding Colombian researchers in this edition of the meeting. In session one, in natural sciences and engineering, Dr. Sergio Miguel Borja will present his work on the development and implementation of tidal energy systems. In session two, social sciences and humanities, Ms. Laura Carolina Mauricio Baquet from Imo Women's University will share her research on success factors of business non-profit partnerships in development, a systemic literature review. In session two, social sciences and humanities with Daniela Montalvo Bernal from Seoul Garden University will present her research on reading more than stories, colonial historical narratives in South Korea and perceptions in Japan. Also, in session three, Mr. Jaime Camacho from Seoul National University and in Belgio will present virtually his inaugural work in Taiwan entitled Identification of the Main Barriers in the Control and Prevention of PPH worldwide, SUHC, a holistic device proposal for universal effective PhD reduction. These contributions demonstrate the depth and diversity of Colombian academic engagement in Korea. We are incredibly proud of the positive impact our researchers are making across disciplines. The Embassy of Colombia wants to outline these investigations as examples of knowledge diplomacy, which should be at the heart of modern partnership between Korea and Latin America. Synergies in the science and technology fields, putting our region as a global key partner for Korea whenever innovative solutions are needed, based on the talented students, distinguished professors, renowned universities, and technology from both ends. This is what Korea Latin American relations should look like. Bold, innovative, collaborative, and deeply diverse. Once again, my sincere congratulations to all the organizers, participants, and presenters. I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring meeting. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much for your participation today. We are also equally grateful for the participation of authorities of the Global Knowledge Exchange and Development Center, GKID Center, the Seoul Foreign Residence Center, and the support of our sponsors today. We also like to express our gratitude to Mr. Carlos Peña Fiel Soto, Ambassador of Mexico, Mr. Luis Pablo Sebastián Esteban Bustillos, Ambassador of Bolivia, Mr. Victor Cornejero, representative of the Embassy of Chile, Mr. Federico Alberto Cuello Camilo, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic. Thank you for all your presence and support today. We also like to express our sincere gratitude to one of the key sponsors of today's event, the Seoul Foreign Residence Center. The Seoul Foreign Residence Center is a public organization for foreign residents, and it's run by the Seoul Metropolitan Government. This center aims to assist foreign residents to adapt and integrate to the Korean society. We are honored to have the director, Mr. Dong Hoon Kim, with us today, and on behalf of the organizers, the committee, and all the participants, thank you for your support. I look forward for the exchange of ideas and eager to actively participate in today's meeting with questions and comments. Now, I would like to invite you to a short informal sessions in charge of the Global Knowledge and Change and Development Center. Please welcome Ms. Jo Min Jae to the stage. Thank you so much. Everyone, my name is Min Jae Ju.
from Korea Development Institute. It's very honored to welcome you all to this eminent and amazing event. So, on behalf of the GKDC, I would like to express my deepest appreciation and also um, thank you for joining us today. So, I'll begin our introduction. GKDC is a global platform dedicated to share Korea's economic development experiences with the international community, particularly with emerging and developing economies. We aim to foster international cooperations and co-create sustainable development solutions. The center was established by the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Korea and is operated by the Korea Development Institute, KDI, Korea's leading public policy think tank, founded in 1971. KBI is a globally recognized think tank that has played a crucial role in formulating Korea's economic development strategy and policy framework, particularly during its period of rapid industrialization and transformation into a knowledge-based economy. KBI conducts in-depth research and policy analysis across a broad spectrum of economic and social issues, including macroeconomic policy, fiscal management, industrial policy, labor market, education, innovation, and sustainable. It provides evidence-based policy research recommendations to the Korean government and serves as a key advisor on both national and international affairs. In addition to its research activities, KDI actively contributes to global development cooperations through knowledge exchange programs such as Knowledge Sharing Program KSD and GKEC, supporting emerging and developing economies in designing effective policy solutions. So the Global Knowledge Exchange and Development Center called GKDC, operated by the Korean Development Institute and commissioned by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, the GKDC is located in the former KDI building. The center serves as a global knowledge exchange platform dedicated to sharing Korea's development experience and fostering international cooperations in economic policies and development. GKDC's work is driven by three core pillars. First, exhibition, featuring interactive displays that share Korea's development experiences tailored to diverse national content. Second, global knowledge cooperation, engaging closely with the multilateral development banks and governments to share insights and to develop solutions. And third, education, developing delivering a customized capacity building program for policymakers, professionals, and students. So we have a permanent exhibition hall located in the adjacent building, which offer immersive learning experiences that traces Korea's transformation from one of the poorest country in the mid 20th century to a advanced economy. If you would like to visit exhibition during or after the event, feel free to stop by and information desk for the further duration. The tour is self-guided and open to all participants. The exhibition is organized around four key themes. Economic Development Hall looks at the policy driving Korea's growth. Industrial Development Hall highlights the transition from the light industry to high-tech. And Human Hall showcases how individuals and communities have contributed to Korea's development. And the Future Innovation Hall represents technology shaping the economy of the future. So GKDC's global partnership includes MDBs, international organizations, and over 100 government agencies around the world. Latin America and Caribbean is one of our key regions of interest. We hope to deepen our collaboration through seminars, conferences, flagship events, and capacity building initiatives tailored to the region's unique needs and aspirations. Let me also briefly share some of our key initiatives. High-level engagements, including the visit of the President of Tanzania, Botswana, and the President and Vice President of the World Bank. And joint projects with MDBs such as World Bank, ADB, IDB, including joint research, policy advisory work, and capacity building programs. And in 2024 alone, we delivered 13 capacity building programs in collaboration with MDBs. We would like to highlight our ongoing collaboration with the countries in the Latin America and Caribbean region. We have built strong partnership through regular high-level visits and joint initiatives. In 2022, we co-hosted another shared conferences with the current emphasis in 11 LAC countries, bringing together policymakers and experts for regional dialogue. Today, we have signed 7 MOUs with NAC partners, and we are honored to welcome your excellencies today as a part of this ongoing cooperations. So, regarding our GKDC's education, today, KDC has operated 42 education programs, 26 domestic and 16 international, reaching over 16,000 participants. So the programs are delivered through the three formats: exhibition center, project-based, demand-driven. So if you have an interest, then please reach out to us and we'll deliver the education. Next, please. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce our flagship program, Knowledge Exchange Day CAD. This is GKTC's signature initiative that brings together policymakers, experts, and partners to address today's development challenges and share practical solutions. To give you a better sense of our work, we would like to share a short extended video. It offers a glimpse into how KID brings together the core activities of the GKS Center. We sincerely hope this gives you just a clear picture of what we do, and more importantly, that inspires the opportunity for collaboration between GKDC and you. 2025, we also have a CAD upcoming on very beginning of the November. We all welcome you and join us. Thank you very much for listening.
Much for your participation and the valuable information you shared today with us. Now we invite you to enjoy a cultural performance showcasing the rich tradition of Mexican regional dance by Este Sinaloa. This special presentation is brought by us by AMREC, the Association of Mexican Residents in Korea. We are truly grateful for your contribution to today's celebration and to show how the culture can merge in the Latin American culture, Latin American countries. was really, really such a nice win to everybody. So now, before we move on to the next session, we will continue to the group photo session. First, we will invite the ambassador of Peru, Ms. Janime Guillen, to the front. So we'll take a first picture. Side, and you're invited to join if you want. And we will have like a group session, a group photo session at the end. Invite to join the ambassador of Ecuador and the representative of Colombia to the stage, please. We now would like to invite the representative of the different embassies to the stage so we can take a picture together. Representative of Chile, the representative of the Dominican Republic, and Bolivia, please go to the stage. Next, we kindly invite the director of the Seoul Korean Rescue Center, Mr. Dong Hook Kim, to the stage. So much. So now I also like to invite the representative of the KPED Center to come forward. So much. Now we'd like to invite the ASAP team members to the stage. Please come forward. to take a picture with the ambassadors at the event, and also only the team ambassador will leave, please come to the stage again. Please come forward so we can take a picture together. We also invite the beautiful ladies to give us a really emotional performance. Please come to the stage. We invite everybody to the stage to take a picture together.
Yes. Yeah, ready?
Now we have 10 minutes break. You can enjoy the coffee break outside. See you in 10 minutes.
Ayan, no?
Yeah, next time, let we were all friends. But if I care for the not only the experience, but the experience can readily just also it's very because yeah.
We will start the next session, session one, a natural science and engineering in 5 minutes. We hope we will stay here, sit down in your favorite seats.
We invite everyone to sit, please. to the performer for that such amazing music presentation here in this day, this beautiful day. So we will start from session one, nice engineering. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to session one, Natural Science Engineering of Second Services in South Korea, 2025. My name is Andres Aparcar, and I have the pleasure of guiding through this exciting session where I will explore cutting edge research in robotics, artificial intelligence, sustainable energy, and digital systems. Each distinguished speaker will have 15 minutes and present their work followed by a brief moment to answer questions from the audience. So let's begin. First presenter is Dr. David Pico from Ecuador, a research professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering at Sankey Kwan University, Suwon. He will be presenting his work entitled Human Environmental Teacher Drive and Neural Network for Path Constrained Robot Navigation using Deep Performance Learning. This stall, in this talk, Dr. Pico explored the integration of human and environmental features into the performance learning frameworks for autonomous robot navigation with constrained paths. Please, Dr. Pico, you can start.
So we can stay here. So let me want to introduce myself. People are really clever. I also, my family from my mother from Colombia, so I'm from Ecuador and Colombia at the same time. So let me introduce about myself. This one is my university. I think everybody knows something about university. Okay, I'm going to explain my background, my research, my life here in Korea. So I have been working in the field of robotics. So during my stay here, I have been working with several universities, several companies in Korea, like Corea Robotics, uh, working with indoor robots, indoor mobile robots. Something important that here, as everyone knows, Korea export products and produce technology to export, right? So in all the projects that we are involved, we always be trying to make some products or make some innovation to, at the final, we expect at the final the robot can sell. So I have been working also with Bestech. Bestech is a company who is working, who works with Samsung, is specialized in semiconductor areas. So this robot. We developed this robot, and also I have been working on autonomous robot navigation using artificial intelligence to recognize environment and autonomous environment, and the robot can take action. So I want to introduce some achievement that I get in Korea. So in 2022, before to that, why I explain this achievement is because as a Latin American people, it's very important to highlight where the things or the important things that we can do in Korea. And this one is something that I know everybody is working very hard every day. And this kind of remarkable highlights or certificates or in research awards that we can obtain, it's important to know so Latin America is doing a very nice job. So in 2022, I got the prize in the Excellent Research at Segundo University and became general partner. And also in 2000, the same year, one of my paper was nominated to a best conference paper. In 2023, I got the grand prize for research in Central One University. In last year, 2024, in conjunction with the Corea Robotics, a company that create robots for delivery robots, we have a patent that we make to improve the suppression system for the robot. And also, in 2024, I got a research Malacos in the Sunky One University. This competition was about all the researchers in the university. So these are the company I have been working in the last
to use our robotics best and give that in the robotics. So, and also very important things, I was a leader, or I am the leader of the project from the university. So I am the responsible to the person who took the company to how the project is going on. So let me introduce something about what I'm doing, what is the work that we have done in our research, for example, in the thing, in the when we create robots, so we make analysis. So I'm not going to be in technical analysis, but just an idea of what are we doing. So basically, so I belong to the university. This one is important to know. So as a university, we have some part that is very important that we can collaborate with the company, for example. So in companies, usually they make something fast, they make something quickly, but when they try to do something, they sometimes they forget or they try to skip some theoretical issues that we can handle and we work every time. So like use simulator. So every this kind of thing we can help. So what we are doing, so in collaboration with the university, companies, we can work and we make some programs before to this product can sell or can export. So basically, we analyze this part that, for example, companies usually they don't like to do. For example, make all the technical parts. So we analyze all the kinematic constraint that basically is, for example, if you want to create a robot, we need to consider the center of mass, the mass of the robot, what are the size of the robot. So these kind of things we focus how to develop and how to can make the best parameters for in order to create the model. So we are making this analysis, we make all this analysis, and we try to make also, for example, what we did it was the CAD model. So we create a CAD model, we analyze all the parts of the robot, and the company they helps they create. So what is our job? Our job is to take the data, the parameters, and the company they help together. We're working how to make the robot. So in that sense, from the university, we can work with the company. So at the final, for example, this time, we make simulations. So as I told you before, we need to check, for example, this robot was a robot of 250 kilograms. So it's very heavy. So, and the idea is the robot works in the semiconductor area that usually, in the best cases, the range is flat. So, but sometimes we can find there are some steps. So in the problem, there are two choices. So if there is step or a small step or more of a small holes, sometimes the robot cannot find it. So there are two choices. The first choice is redesign the floor of the factory, or the second challenge is redesign the robot. In most of the cases, cheaper is redesign the robot, and the robot can adapt to different terrains. So this one is the cheapest way. So we made an analysis of it because, as I told you, it's a very heavy robot, 250 kilograms. So we need to consider about the center of mass. So, and we can see, for example, in the simulation, sometimes the robot can fall or cannot climb. So we found, for example, after simulation, so we found what are the proper parameters, where each part of the robot need to stay in order to fly. One of the important things, that, for example, the advantage of the university, as we work in simulation part, we know what kind of simulation we can use. Because it's important, as you can see, we can see how the robot have the same vibration that we can obtain in the real world. So this one is important because without this one, without select a proper simulator, so probably the simulation that we are going to have is not going to be similar to the real. So for that reason, it's important. Then after that, with the company, we make a robot. So this is the robot. This is another project. This is with Koga Robotics. It's a company that here in Korea, all companies are from Korea. So they have this problem. So the plan, even though it's a very small step, they're working on plan and we're strong. So they have a problem because they cannot sell the robot, for example, in a hotel. When you go in the elevator, sometimes there is a small step. Or you have some step, like for example, like this cable that you can follow. So always you can have some small step that you can have. Always is not flat. So again, there are two choices: or change the floor or improve the road. So cheaper and more adaptable is improve the robot. So what we did, so we analyzed the super important is, for example, all the companies in the world, they need something cheap, something that it can be scalable, that we can adapt. So we need to find because the solution that we need to provide it should be the smartest, the cheapest, and we need to find all. So these are some things to stress because it's not easy, no? So to find out, in Korea there are some certifications that in order that the robot can approve to sell, there are some scenarios that the robot need to test in order to be acceptable for the market. So we analyze all the parts, the dynamics effects, how the robot can improve the robot because this robot, for example, without load is around 60 kilograms. The maximum load is about 100 kilograms. So we need to consider all these kind of things that the robot can. So we make these new. So this one is a video. The first, if you see the robot cannot climb. However, with our system, the robot can fly. This one is advantage because again, so the robot, the company can provide this robot to places that have a small step. And then you simply make all the analysis, the validation analysis. This is important to know because this robot usually have some drinks, food, so we need to reduce the vibration in order that the food can know or the drinks can know. Okay, so and there are important things. For example, when the robots are moving, it's important. Usually, the robot have we need to all the robot need to have sensor, right? Why are important sensor? Because we need to recognize the environment. But what happened? Again, so if the robot is flat, if the floor is flat, so it's fine. But when there's something where there is climbing a slope or climbing a step or climbing down, it's different. It's completely different, right? So usually when this robot can fall, so we need to consider that we need two analysis. This one was one analysis. Sorry. If you can see here all the paper we have, so we have in the below part. So we make an analysis about using LiDAR sensor. This one is important because again, so we need to, if the robot cannot recognize there is a step, or a stair, it can go fast and then it's going to fall. So we can recognize. So basically what we did, so we use a LiDAR sensor and we can recognize in which part of the step is touching. For example, if you see we have this is the tread, this one is the edge, and this one is the flat surface. So we call like a contact angle that we know where is the contact point between the wheel and the part of the stair. So and we obtain that information. But there are many sensors that we can do. Something in robotics that we need to know is important to know what kind of sensor you use. All the sensors have a specific capabilities to do a specific area. So also we can do this on the same with cameras. So the camera doesn't we obtain the data and from the data we process this information and finally we can obtain the model of the stair. This one is advantage because this model can detect in real time. However, the signal of our eyes, we can detect something with some distance and we can take some action based on that. Okay, so the LiDAR, so these are environments we need to use information. So we obtain information data, for example, what happens. So there are people looking here, the light with a radar, this one is a radar sensor. So we obtain data from the radar, what we did, so we make this one. If you see, we make it tracker. So basically the data that we obtain from the sensor, we process the data and the final we obtain data that the robot can understand. So because of the same layers, we need to understand. And then we are going to go to this one is the camera and LiDAR. So this one is autonomous robot navigation, basically using AI. So what we are doing, so we need to sense the environment. Based on the environment, we obtain information and then we take an action. So this one in the real environment, you can find many obstacles. You can find people, of course, you can find also other projects that are no peoples, and we need to consider all these kind of things, right? And static and dynamic. Okay. Let me show how we introduce. Okay, so the final, how we make this one? This one first, we process or we training. This one is using artificial intelligence. We make some rules that, for example, it's important to know, for example, to teach to the robot. So because for the robot, if the robot, we are going to provide positive or negative reward based on whatever the action. So for example, if the robot reaches the goal, we consider that give some positive rewards. If the robot polite, have negative reward. If the robot have a portable distance between the people, so positive reward. So if the robot polite with the rules, negative reward. So all of these kind of things we make in order to the robot understand what are the things that are correct, what are the things that are not correct. This is the same like we need to teach to the robot and the final to understand how the environment works. So and then we make a process, and this process we are doing. So this one is during the training. So after that, after the training model that we have, after the training model that we have, the robot understand. This one is around, it takes around 10,000 scenarios that it can take 10 days. So then what happened? This is then important is in the real, right? So we make a simulation, and then at the final we can do the same in the real environment. So the robots can manage, this one is an action, this one is in our lab, so the robot there can take the environment from the humans, and at the final we can the robot can take an action. So this one is important because we try to the robot to stop because this one usually happens. So the human children can stop. So we try to make as much as smart that the robot can react. Okay, so this is a autonomous robot competition, and I find that this one is one that I held in Korea. So this one is very amazing. Oh, so this competition is held in Korea. So the idea is basically students, undergraduate students can know how to navigate the robot autonomously. So the idea basically, so there are people who are training the undergraduate student, usually with professor, they are working in order to know, everybody knows new these days, there are cars to navigate autonomously, so basically it's so this one Um, so and this one is then how we simulate your training. So these are the process that we simulate before to the robot can work. So in this area, so we are training. After that, we can simulate the result. This one is what we are doing. So we are working with many students from not only from Segundo University, there are students from Segundo University, but also as a Latin American. So we are working with many university now from Ecuador, for example, from the school, we are working, we obtain a very nice work. I don't know why you see the picture, but we are working with many universities. So, and also we are trying to make some competition in Latin America that there are competitions that we don't have. There are competitions that we know Korea and in America or here. So now from the Segundo University, we are trying to make again these competitions in Ecuador. We expect if any of you are interested in this kind of robotics, of course, it works better. So this is my end of my presentation. Here there is a picture. So there are people from different universities of my country that we currently are working with. So this is for a Catholic. Thank you so much for your attention.
So we go to the questions if there is any. Okay, thank you so much.
Is there any question? Okay.
And can you elaborate a little bit more about the rewards? You mentioned that you give rewards to a robot, but
Yes, this point is important. I explain very quickly because for the time. So what the rewards? We make trial and errors. Basically, we know as our experience, we know what are the rewards that we can consider the robot helps to reach the goal. So this part, so everybody knows about the artificial intelligence is very common these days, right? But the important part here is with the help of the human, we try to teach to the robot, and we know we set what are the rewards or what are the action or the events that are more suitable for the robot. After that, the robot, the neural network learn about this action. Well, we can make a mistake. If we make a mistake, we make some metrics in order to know what is the balance between the rewards that we are providing. And the final and the summary of the rewards, and this one is very easy to understand. So at the final, in positive and negative, because we set some positive and negative reward, at the final we have some results. So if the robot at the final have very low rewards, so we can consider, okay, this reward we can improve, or there's something that we can, or when we see what happens, okay, we did some action that helped the robot to do one specific event. For example, when the people are moving faster to the robot need to learn how to stop because in many cases the robot cannot over because the people are moving faster than the robot. So this kind of events we need to understand and we need to try to teach to the neural network to learn about. Is there a right? Right? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the recommendation. We invite the next presenter here, Mr. Roberto Chan Silva from Ecuador. He is a PhD student at the Department of Applied Artificial Intelligence in Seoul National University of Science and Technology. So, his presentation is entitled Another Class of Grace, Architecture for Future Soil Moisture Management, LDAS. Yeah, so when we start with the next presentation, our topic is Dr. Giancarlo Guerra Villa from Peru, affiliated with the Tohoku National University, Georgia. He will present a research titled Reinforcement Learning-Based Pipeline Planning of Solar Power UAV. Yeah, yes, stage, please. The research focus on collision-free optimal pipeline and learning algorithms for UAV applications. Thank you so much. Presentation.
Morning, everyone. My name is Giancarlo Guerra. So, I come from John National University, which is located in Georgia, about 3 hour bus ride from here. I came really early here, so anyway. The laboratory I'm part of is the Aerospace Robotics and Mechatronics Laboratory. I've been working there almost for 7 or 8 years. So I did my master's and my PhD also in the same laboratory. So I'm working now, as Hunter mentioned, reinforcement during the solar power reading, life planning, experimental verification. So the first this study. So I before entering in this context, I was wondering why is this study necessary? So as you may see in the images, so some applications of solar power UAV or UAV refers to unmanned aerial vehicle drone. So some applications, as you may see, like Coast Guard or Homeland Security, ocean monitoring, water sampling in case of aquatic drones. And in case of the land ones, you can have like weather forecasting or forest fire monitoring or surveillance or other applications. So the goal here was to develop this RM, which means reinforcement learning based 5 model of this type of solar power UAV using the special kind of neural network graphic neural network and long short-term memory type of neural network for solar irradiance prediction. So we want to predict solar radiation because basically this really works on solar spectrum. So solar prediction is really crucial in the analysis. So first, the first part of the research was to consider the meteorological data for using GNN and LSTM. Then we have the long-term flight path planners using the distributed for RL algorithm. And finally, using a virtual flight test bed, we did experimental verification. So in this case, we control a hybrid reinforcement learning network to be applied into the development of a digital twin concept. So in this case, this image here shows the things produced by the sun. So obviously, it is necessary to know type panels that we get from the sun to a certain type of solar panel or solar cell. So you can see here the equations arrive from the angles produced by the sun. Yes. So next is the nonlinear aircraft model. So in the case of the nonlinear aircraft modeling, in really briefly, so we have control inputs, which are the aircraft surfaces of control. But I don't know if you may know that for the control of an aircraft, so we have rolling, pitching, yawing, and we have thrust of throwing to control the aircraft. So these are the basic four parameters that we use for controlling. So these parameters go into the clever dynamic coefficients in the calculating force and moments, then to the 6 degree of freedom dynamics and kinematics to finally obtain position and also attitude angles of the aircraft. So basically, this is the process of the equations of motion of an aircraft. So in the case of the GNN architecture, so GNN basically is a graphic neural network. So what we do is we have to, let's say in a map or a graph, we have nodes. So each node has information can be shared between the nodes, neighbors to each other. So that's what we call the GNN architecture. So what we want to obtain here is the spatial features using the relationship between station to station. In this case, meteorological station. It's the LSTM. So basically, really briefly, LSTM is like a technical memory cell that retains information past past training. So we capture long range tendencies. So in this case, we have the LSTM for to capturing the sequence of data or like temporal features of a certain problem. So how we use the GNN and STM together. So the GNN basically focus on the spatial features of our, and then LSTM focusing on the temporal feature to calculate. In this case, the goal is to calculate the solar radiance predicting data. So the GNN, as mentioned, is device to capture solar radiance by leveraging the network information. The nodes. So in each one, we obtain also the LSTM cell is applied for if to obtain the temporal differences between, say, 1 hour to an hour, or 1 day to a day. So that's how we can predict solar radiation. So in this case, obviously, I chose the Jeonju area. Only area. So from this area, I obtained historical data. Also, meteorological variables in spatial predictors and temporal prediction. Some data that I obtained was temperature, humidity, wind speed, wind direction, and also solar irradiance. The ASOS, which is the automated surface observing systems that Korean meteorological observing provides. So we pass it through the GNN, then the STM. So we see the right side. Comparison between the ASOS data, which is the real measured data, and the GNN and STM prediction. No, for Korean reports. The Korean basically previous presenter mentioned what is the Korean, so basically it's just learning from the environment, trial and error, using the words and policies, and we'll skip this part. So in this scenarios, I'm using the data system for training, and third part will be tested, virtual tested that we developed for the deployment of the algorithm. So we apply the algorithm to these boundary conditions and our algorithm parameters. So the GNS again was parameter. So in English. So in the case of the simulating model environments, previously I showed the control parameter that we have throttle, which is control the speed of this is the throttle we're reading. So we have aileron, elevator, and other controls, which are the commands for the solar power generating airframe. And the resulting data is the X, Y, and Z or position variables. Also, we have the angles, which is hyperframing, rolling area, pitch angles, and rolling areas. And you have other variables that can be shared to boundary in the work, visualization work, and observation work. So, even more, I mentioned the state variables and control variables. The work function is based on outer boundary, and so time can finalize the relation, and the SOC, which is the accurate state of charge, is a very important point in the word. So how this user works. So since I have three, first is the outer boundary. So we penalize the reading if it goes outside a certain area. So if it's outside, for example, 20-kilometer area, we penalize it with that. Then we have the reward time. So I want the ability to avoid loiter or just fly very long time in certain areas. So I must have a higher reward when the time of finishing the accumulation equal to time that I predefined. And the last is the equity penalty, depending on the bit, much of the chart. If it's below 10%, we penalize it. So, for creating conditions, these forecast for February 21st to February 27th of 2023. So I chose this date because we have clearly defined clear sky conditions, cloudy sky conditions, and overcast conditions. Overcast, it means very, very cold. That's why the irrigation is really low in overcast. So some of the anticipation of the grid. So training last for 53 hours, more than 8,000 episodes. So we obtain a maximum report mileage for certain type of episodes. So in the case of the simulation results, in the case for clear sky, this is the black chain. So you can see in the right side the power in, which is green, power output of the energy, red, and the battery state of charge. How much is charged during the day from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. This is the one for cloudy sky using classical formula. So in the case of classical formula, it is formula you can obtain material for solar irradiance calculations. So this is for classical formula. And we also compare it with our GNN SPM model. So to see clearly more detail, using this formula, we have the remaining battery state charge of 9%, but using the GNN SPM, we have a little bit more than 15%. Obviously, clear scale conditions here for the purpose, we don't have any clouds in the sky, so it's just direct energy from the sun. So how to experimentally verify? So I designed a motion control design. So in this case, we have our actual rotary motor that controls the yaw. We have also a pitch and rolling motor actuators. This is how it's designed. Then, so we have also the frame tested for the structure. So in this case, it's sealed because we are expected to also form under other conditions like rain conditions, wind conditions. So it's sealed. And we have also the design of the solar cell. This here we use the sample or C60 solar panels. there are specific choosings. And in the case of the ring, it was 3D printed using the ETLA technology, really lightweight type of 3D material, sections here. So for the control system, I used a way to communicate back the same thing to think that using the master electrical device. And we also have the driver for the motors, which is connected using the Ethernet. And this one is connected to the virtual flight test. So how to program the test motion? So we need to program each axis. So for the join axis, pitching axis and rolling axis, that's how we control the motion. So each one controls the motion. So each one of the motors is named and control for each of the axes. And we use a ladder diagram training. So a simulation I performed this experimental verification on December 13th, 2023. So this is the time from 11 to 3 p.m. So this is the simulation data for the experiment. Position in this case. So obviously because it's fixed on the ground with the numbers, so I only make the rolling, pitching, and pulling angle. So transforming the movement for command of each axis. That's how the equation is removed from the graph. So this is the experimental settings. So we have here the virtual tester, the control unit. In this case, is the 10th floor of the engineering building in the university. So use the roof. So this is a visualization of the experimental performance here for 11 to 3 p.m. It's still 16 times easy to observe. Okay. So the experimental verifications, we have the consumption current obtained by the solar panels, also the consumption voltage, the solar cell voltage, and the solar cell power. So in this case, since it's December, as you may know, the position of the sun related to the Earth is in the case of Korea and this latitude, it's not like really high, so it's quite low. So the amount of solar energy obtained is not that high. And also that rate in December, uh, it's characterized for having maximum clear days compared to ideally it would be like April or March, which are better weather conditions. So that's when we have slight changes in the simulation data and experimental one. Another point that can be considered here is that since our simulation is based on removing UAV, it's capable of obtaining much more energy compared to the fixed test bed that we have on a rooftop. So these are some of the conclusions of using the GNN STM, we will obtain higher prediction accuracy for the solar irradiance results. Also, we use the RL algorithm in training. We would like to integrate the dynamic obstacle into the RL framework for further work and research. Thank
Thanks very much. We can answer the questions if they yes, sir. Maybe we can briefly.
That's right. I still wear 20,000. It's not. For training, since the different things works like right. So it took about as an answer more than 50 hours for training. Because you take an action. Yeah. What is the frequency that the mobile provider actually? So now I'm working with 0.1 step rate, step time for each. It's all like continuous, it's not like discrete control. It's for training. Yeah. But I'm asking in the region, what is the frequency for the mobile board? So it means, for example, you send some a command velocity each 10 hertz or something like that. Yeah, so in this case, so since I'm using the error signal as imitation, or basically uh, since it's 0.01 second maximum time, around.
Thank you so much for the kind question and answer. So I need to the question. If there is not, thank you so much for your presentation, Carlos. The next presenter will be Steve, Mr. Alberto Chancellor for Nicole. He's a PhD student at the Department of Applied Artificial Intelligence, also National University of Science and Technology. His title, a novel platform-based architecture for future soil moisture prediction using LEAS. So you can start the presentation in your 50 minutes.
Hello everyone. Started here my PhD in artificial intelligence applied to remote sensing or climate change. I also did my master's degree here in the 3.5 year university in Studio 2-1 in in environmental sciences. And well, currently I am working on course artificial intelligence architectures and tools applied to environmental and climate change. So today I propose I'm gonna show the proposal that I have of a novel transformer based architecture for soil moisture prediction using ILDAS. So this is my professor, Professor Songyong Park, and I'm from the Air Lab, the Seoul Tech University. Okay, so droughts are increasingly prevalent, and of course, they are a threat for agricultural productivity and ecological stability. So, not only for agriculture, like producing, but also for getting water for drinking or usage. So, lately, the seasonal droughts have developed faster and shifted from slow to flat drought at global scale. So the concept of flat drought has increased recently, meaning that flat drought, like drought that has been intensifying very quickly, let's say in days or weeks. Okay, so this is not like a flood. Like for example, we have like a very heavy rain and then we suddenly have like one water. But in drought is a very slow process. But given the success of the learning model, testing tests, I thought to myself, like, why don't we propose like a novel architecture for predicting, let's say, soil moisture, because it's one of the well, not indices, but one of the variables that could lead to droughts. Okay. So why the soil moisture so important? So because it supports, it's like a direct connection between the land surface and the atmosphere, and also it's like it's directly impact, impact on agriculture, whether they call it direct. So applications of soil moisture for prediction, also like drought monitoring, like having proactive water management, particle forecasting, like having the water resources prediction, and also the climate change monitoring, which of course attracts the impacts. Regarding the traditional monitoring techniques, they have few limitations. For example, having sparse sensor networks, they provide coverage, but this is limited. And also, like having just one sensor in one place, they provide only like point-based data, so they do not represent the information of a whole area, but instead only like in that specific point. So it's still
We have, for example, remote sensing techniques, but they do present still challenges. For example, like this vegetation, dense vegetation cover hinders the signal penetration. And also that the first atmospheric interfaces affects the data interpretation. So one key advancement of deep learning is doing this. It's recurrent neural networks that show promise in capturing temporal dynamics, but they struggle with a very long range dependencies in data sequences. However, for example, we have something called nowadays transformer models, which are like state of the art. So transformer, let's say, put it like in common words like ChatGPT or BART or all of these technologies like drummers like this. However, uh, I thought to myself, like, if this can be like applied to text, why can't we just apply this to any other environment? Because I mean, like having like images, like for satellite images like this, these are still like numbers, matrices, and text as well are like you consider like intelligently like numbers. So yeah, so I thought to myself like, why not using like this purpose? So I proposed like a very small architecture, which I call like a transformer based architecture, which is inspired by vision transformer, which is an architecture that takes an image, okay, and processes it, and then it classifies it like, oh, this is like I don't know, like a cat or like a dog or something like this. However, or for example, like video vision transformer, it takes actually they has very small sequence of video and it tags and it labels it like, okay, this is like a penguin or this is like a dog or something like that. However, my purpose for this is not for classification but a regression, like for example, casting the value of the slow trend future. So harnessing this transformer to chain over a spatial temporal relationship. So in this case, I'm not just working with a spatial dimension like in the image, but I have like it's a Y and I have the image of a dog. But in this case, I also have a third dimension, which is the temporal dimension. So applying self-attention mechanism to capture, let's say, long-range dependencies in historical signature data. So part of the components of the model that I propose is the having the input like as in the sliding window, actually sliding video, but you can imagine this like a small video clip, like like images for like 1 week, 1 week of the soil moisture previous data to forget in the future. Okay, well, we perform this, like for example, as far as like uh, viewing an image, we split like let's say the image into batches so we can process them. We can process them and using it in the special component. So the special component will be in charge for selecting all of those patches and select and say like, oh, this part has like very low soil moisture. This part has a very high soil moisture. Okay. The problem is that if you use like simultaneous, like just watching a single picture, it's like for example, when you have like a bit like this, like my finger right now. See, like it's one only point, but I'm like focusing on the other parts. So the idea of having patches divided the same image makes helps me, for example, to focus just like, okay, I can see I have like this pictures, I can see the wall here, I can see the people here inside, here in front, I can see here in this part like monitor, something like this. Okay, and then, of course, the model doesn't know, actually, this kind of model, they doesn't know the position of each of the batches. So we put like a very small vector of position information, like, oh, these batches belong to this position and this position and this position. Okay? And of course, this first part just focuses on the special dimension, X and Y. However, we still need to work on the temporal dimension, which is for the time series. And we still here use the transformer for this. So think of this, for example, like when you go to ChatGPT, you ask like, ChatGPT, I want to do this. So this is the same thing. Like I'm given instead of like instruction, like, oh, ChatGPT, I want to do this. Like I would instead say like, oh, this is my image of soil moisture, so moisture here, and this is from like 1 week ago, 2 weeks ago, like 3 days ago, or something like this. And then we'll have to output to me like, okay, this is how I think it will be like the soil moisture in the future. And then finally, all of this information, as I mentioned before, like for example, in ChatGPT, first all of this is, or for example, the vision transforming, transform, for example, the image into a class. Okay, like, oh, this is a dog, this is a cat. Okay, so this information, let's say, is compressed. So at the end of the architecture, I include like let's say a decompression or decoder, a decoder layer, so it actually the model represents what is to us. Okay, because this like last representation is like represented on the computer, let's say, only for the model. But I decompress this so the human, the person, we can actually interpret this. Okay, so LS, I mean, I use the LS dataset, which is the data simulation system, which is a reanalysis dataset. It's not only like remote sensing or satellite images, it's satellite images plus physical simulation plus ground truth information collected from the ground. Okay, and of course, there is this dataset is very very big. So for convenience, I use the hourly selected only data at the pixel rate intensity. I assume it for convenience at 1 p.m. every day. Okay. So yeah, so I collected all of this data and in spatial resolution, all these things. I perform a downsampling so I can get into smaller, so just for testing purposes. And I perform well the information related to the training. And finally, not finally, but for the results, I work currently now with 10 observed days. So from today, 10 days in the past, and I the future window predicted of the prediction 5 observed dates in the future. So this is kind of like the way I perform like the window. So of course, let's say from or like the previous information is already present, and it's the input for the model, and then the output will be let's say 5, 6, and 7 figures in the future. Um, and yeah. So basically, for the training results, we have like very very good results for the training. We didn't like have like we didn't need like much uh, resources for this. Okay, and the well, this is the architecture, and yeah, we have like pretty good results for the volumetric water content, which is for soil moisture. And comparing this the real data with the prediction data, we can see that actually like it still struggles sometimes the model to capture like very very fast like changes in the soil moisture. However, it can actually represent the soil moisture like in the pretty much good way. And also, for example, because of the self-attention mechanism in the architecture, it actually let's say attends water the model for the model so they did consider which are important for the prediction. So, for example, for people, for example, I mean, like images of people, the model will say like, "Oh, this is a person that is moved or something like that." But still, I've been doing research on how to interpret the self-attention map for the soil cluster because it's still a little bit complicated. Because, for example, we can understand like a moving person, like, "Oh, it's moving," because we do move and stuff like this. But still, up to date, it's a little bit hard to interpret it like behavior of the soil cluster. So yeah, I have prepared this, and also well the residuals, which is like the difference between the real observation and prediction. Uh, which is the difference between the real information and the prediction. Okay, so the residual support they show like consistent distribution in the graph. Okay. So they show consistency across the complete data set. So the test data set is like the recent years, like 2023. And the proposed model was able to capture all the each current occurrences, peak occurrences. So for example, having like points 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3 there, and the time series, I was able to capture all of this the trends of the soil moisture. Okay, so up to further conclusions. Okay, so the architecture that I proposed, we present a transformer-based model for surface soil moisture prediction, crucial for doing research in flat drought detection. So this model enhances the spatial temporal analysis by utilizing separated like spatial and temporal positional scope in colors, though research still needs to be done for interpreting this. And well, advancing the model scope, the future plans include integrated more layers, more variables. And as well, for example, this work is a regression work. We cannot actually be sure, like, okay, the model says that tomorrow the soil moisture will be like, I don't know, like 50% of the volumetric water content. But instead, I need to focus this. We're working on focusing this work instead of only regression, a probabilistic one. So actually, the model can input as well the uncertainty of the data or the model per se of the data that it actually knows. Like, oh, I will tell you that tomorrow the soil moisture will be like, I don't know, like 50%, but I am 30 or 60 or 90% sure that the soil moisture will actually be this value. Okay, so this is actually ongoing work. And pretty much that's it. All for this research. This research, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Say, yes, sir.
Sorry. Yes. So, did you try with other neural network like Mono, CNN, something like that? Not yet. I mean, I tried CNN, but Transformer performed better. Yes, I haven't worked yet with pre-trained models. I want to see how this model actually would be from scratch. How good would it be? But yeah, I haven't tried yet with the issue in I mean, not, how can I explain? It's not that I don't want to, but for example, YOLO, all of these generative diffusion models are actually predicting data. Well, no, they do not predict, but they generate information, but sometimes they generate out of the probabilistic distribution of the data per se. So, for example, let's say this, I don't know, when it got popular in 2017 or 16, like this website, like, oh, create this face, and every time you refresh the website, you get a new face. Okay, but this generated face, it was not actually likely to exist in a real person. It was just generated by the model, but considering the images of different pictures of different people. Okay, but for example, if we do this, for example, for soil moisture, scientists and the users of this data, they cannot be actually sure, like, okay, I mean, I like your data, and the soil moisture could be generated using, let's say, diffusion models, but the result, the output, might be unlikely to be like sample from actually the distribution of the data that I already trained with. Okay, because what we actually want to know is like likelihood of the soil moisture in the future, but considering the past information, not just creation based on what I have seen. I'm not sure if you get my point. Yeah, I understood. And I have a second question. Sure. Did you did your data set using the level, or you this data set from this data set is actually found in the NASA website. Getting the NASA. So it's basically the same time series of soil moisture. Okay, I just prepared like the data like a time series, like let's say soil moisture information from now to 10 days before, and then for the Y would be like today, I mean like 5 days in the future.
Okay, thank you so much for your answering all the questions. We are in track for the communications to the next presenter here, PhD candidate Jennifer Francisca Galatovic Espinosa from Peru, currently a doctoral student in artificial intelligence at Korea University. Sorry.
So much. As Andres mentioned, I'm a PhD student at Korea University. My research is a semantic guided whole body user generation. So I would like to first introduce what is important on gesture. As you know, when we talk, just in normal conversation every day, when I'm talking right now, we move ourselves, we move our hands, we move our body. What is this movement important? It's because not only is important for making a natural conversation with the other person, but also helps emphasize on concepts. When, for example, if you want to say large, you will move your hands this way. So that's why it's important that gesture in human communication. But if you think about it, gesture is not only related to the rhythm of the speech. It means when I want to emphasize, I will put my hands in front of me. But it also makes have inside some meaning of some of the words. So this research it's been going for a while. It has multiple applications. So one of the applications, for example, will be virtual humans or animated characters, and also the interactive digital assistants. I don't know if you know about this, but during Corona, there were a lot of companies interested in this research because of the low bandwidth of internet in some places. They want to implement just for an audio that costs really few internet power. You can take it away and create just with the audio these gestures. So you also have some application in education, in also in the numeric characters. For example, an invited application of this is when you see movies in other languages. Usually, the lip sync of the language is of the lips is related to the original language. However, when you translate it to Korean or to Spanish, it doesn't match. So for some people, you can see this as unnatural, and they create this barrier to engage with the movie or not. So this is another application of this research. So which are the challenges? I have enumerated some of them. One of them will be mapping from audio to body. Is another thing is a many-to-many mapping. What does it mean? If you can see in the lower part, it's different speeches. Like for example, people pass and oh you're here have the same movement. So this is a problem because you have a data that is not equitative for the different speeches. The other one will be that the deterministic model compared to the mean process. What is a deterministic model? Means like, have you heard before the other speakers talking about CNNs and LSTMs? This is called deterministic models. What they do is they try to reduce an error. So when they focus on it, they learn from data, that's true, but they learn from the most repetitive data. So if you have like a small data points for specific words, they will not generate these specific words, and they will try to generate the gesture that repeats itself once. So later, you have the semantic gestures often fail within the long tail distribution. What does it mean? Is that what I just talked about? That some of the gestures are really few on the data itself, so it's really difficult to generate them. And the models take this as noise, so they disregard these small gestures, and they like it's not part of the distribution itself. So I also want to incorporate emotion in the generation of the gestures. So, for example, so when someone is angry, they will agitate their hands more. Or someone is sad, they will be not trying to move their body that much. So this is a bit hard to determine the deterministic models too. So I will tell you how I approach this later. And the last one will be the last of the data sets that combine these two. So most of the data sets, like deep learning learn for data, but we have like data set that don't combine these. One is specific for bodies, one is specific for hands, and one is specific for the face. So this is another program that I tried to. Okay, so this is what I propose. What I propose is a whole body generation that not only generate the facial expression accurately, but it will also the natural body movement. So what I did is by separating in two different stages. First will be the audio to face and the audio to body. I will explain later why I divided this way. But the reason is because they are influenced by different parts of the speech. Um, so you can see here, for example, is a neutral is for how to me is taking the model is taking me as a semantic constant that is important for this speech and is generating a movement of the hands that is selecting me. So that's kind of natural movement when you talk like that. And the other part of the image represents how the movements will change depending on the different emotions. What I talked before, when it's angry, you will move your hands more aggressively. When surprise is the same, but when it's sad, the movement is quite light. Okay, so I would like to talk about the related words. So previous research have attempted to do work with, with gestures. However, what they do first is the human body motion reconstruction. A good example of this is the figure you can see below in the is, for example, you give them a command like leg stretching, kick out, side kick. They generate different frames that correspond to a video and they represent the action itself. But these are just is just actions. They are not conveyed to the audio or to the speech of what when someone's talking. So, but this is one of the previous research they have. The other one will be specifically for speech generation, speech gesture generation. But what they did here is rule based. What this means, for example, if you see the table below, is divided by different functions, is divided by different actions. For example, affirmation will be agree or accept, and an example will be okay, yes. So in this affirmation class, the movement will be move your head. So when you analyze a speech and you detect this kind of cues that okay or yes, you just move the head. However, what will happen with the gesture that are not in the dictionary? So just movement of the gesture will be present on cue, but the other part of the audio will be in with no motion. So it means like an absence of naturality in the movement. So to come more close for with my research, first one will be the emotion control methods and the semantic aware methods. So I was talking about like the speech has different influence. One will be on emotion and the other will be with the semantic. But I have some problems. So the semantic is that there are not a lot of words that have meaning itself. So that's a problem when you have methods learn from data. So we like to solve this. An example of the emotion control would be the one in the right. Like for example, is the neutral is quite like no movement at all. But when you have like so surprise, the movement is quite changed and it's for the same speech. For the semantic one, what they did is similar to the rule base, but they create a bigger dictionary. So in the dictionary, they separate by the semantic description of each of them. And when the word is present, the cue of the movements start. This is also a problem explained before. It's because it only counts and the dictionary is quite limited. So to talk about my method. So first, the first part of the method will be the motion reconstruction. How will we have uh, generate audio to the latent space? So there are different methods to do that. Maybe some of you have heard of the BEA. How BEA works is a generative method. So you pull, for example, an image and you try to reconstruct the same image. It works by predicting a mean and a variance. And the mean and variance you sample and you reconstruct the sample vector. And this way you reconstruct the probabilistic function and you reconstruct the image. However, most of you have heard of the problems with the BEA is the mode collapse. What's the mode collapse? It's like most of the networks have this loss function. The loss function is try to in a simpler way subtract the reconstruct to the input. If you subtract these two that are supposed to be the same, the results will be zero, right? So that's what the loss function kind of in a simple way how it works. But what happens if the loss function is tending to be zero? The model will think that the reconstruction is perfect. That is what you call the mode collapse. And it's quite currently when you work VEAs, especially because they have a continuous generation because it's a probabilistic. To kind of contrast this effect of mode collapse, so researchers have proposed a BQBA. So this is quite new. What the BQBA is like they have a code book. The code book is the one in purple. You can see it's kind of instead of generating continuous values, you generate discrete values, and then you multiply them with the codes and the quantized vectors. So this result, the mod collab, creates more generating results that can be expanded and scalable to different applications. So this is important. However, it does not contain, like it's only applied to images and does contain to videos. So to solve this, there is another method called RBQDA is the one that I'm using. So this is to reconstruct each part of the body. So as I mentioned before, the part of the body moves different with the different. Right? So I divide my body in four different body regions. First is the face, the upper body, the lower body, and the hands. This is divided to present their own motion dynamics. So what I do is divide my model into different models. The first one is audio to face, and the second one is audio to body. I will show later. So what is this division for? So if you see yourself when you talk, your face is more related to the content of the speech, like how you vocalize, right? So that's why the audio is only. So that's why the audio to face only considers the content of the audio, the face encoder to see how it's related to it. Also, you incorporate the style information that can be divided into different tasks. It will be the style of the person itself and also the emotion. So it's quite simple. Uh, Second part would be the audit body. So the body is quite more complicated. This is not only related to the content of the speech, could be the semantics, but it's also related, as I explained before, to the written. When you want to emphasize a word, you pause. When you want to explain a certain word, you move your body in a certain way. So that's why we divided the body and transcripts to select the semantic relevance words, and also the audio to see that direct. Um, so this is some of the loss functions that I mentioned. We can skip this. So what I did is a data set. This is more like what I use for the training of the model. For training of the model, I use a 66 hours video that for different 30 speakers. And for the implementation, I use the PyTorch and NVIDIA. These are details of the network. So the evaluation metrics. So you have to show that your model performs better than others, right? So for that, I use different evaluation metrics. The first three are related to the body, and it means how it's compared to generated with the ground truth. The second one is the diversity. So meaning like are all the gestures I generate the same or are different? So I measure how different are from each other. Then it's the bit alignment. I use a constraint level for this that analyze how the bits and the audio are related to the movement of the gestures. The following two are certainly for the face expressions, and I told you I also wanna kind of achieve a deep singing. So you measure how the mouth moves related to it. The final one is I also incorporated the emotion. I classify if this gesture is correspond to the certain emotion. So, well, these are the numbers. So you can see here, well, our method performs better than the others, but it kind of falls in the diversity one. That is what I told you before, generating how different are the gestures from each other. And these are the relation studies, like different combination of those. So this is like a video that comparing. I would like you to focus how the proposed method differs to the different one. So in the center one, you can see like the flow, the movement of the hands are quite problematic. So it's kind of stuck that and see through the flow of the gestures. And the last one, equal to there is nice method, but well, let's see.
Doesn't always mean you'll be happy at work. I think that job satisfaction is more important and has more meaning in pursuing a job.
Small sample. So we see like to be split is divided by different video frames on the same video for different methods. So in both, you can see what's the semantic relevant concept of each of the colors. So for example, in the first one, you will see mine that is pointing by itself. The orange one would be I just left my mother a phone number. So it's like kind of a surprise. So you can see the movements of the hands are also quite great in a wide range. So the same applies to the other results. So So it's to compare the emotions. So in in the higher arousal emotions, such as anger, happiness, right? You can see that the movement is quite in the one march. So it means the hands are agitated more and this kind of stuff. For example, for other kind of emotions such as sad, the hands move very loose. So it's for example that some examples that explain the semantic process, such as alert, understanding, and also the lip syncing. Well, the conclusion is like we can inject style and emotion to our generation gestures, and also like the semantic is very important. We also have another studies like asking people how do you relate with this. They quite agree like the semantic is quite better and has a better flow. That's all for this presentation.
Thank you so much, Miss. Matt? Yes, sir. Yeah, I have a question. Word, I mean, my opinion. Well, I mean, all of the words here are very interesting, but I'll cut my attention based on the data that you use for training your model. I was wondering, like, if this data set, because I'm not from the field, and this data set also considers, like, for example, the culture of the people. I mean, what's the data collected? For example, you said like, oh, something like this, you mean large, but maybe that's very virtual for my culture, but maybe for another culture, will not be the same.
Yeah, yeah. So that's a good first question. So as I mentioned, is the lack of data set making this field problematic. But fortunately, this data set is divided into three different cultures, to call it that way. The first one will be for native English speaker. The second one will be for Chinese. Sorry, for Chinese, Japanese, and Spanish. So I think it will be interesting actually to see how it works out. However, the data set is not semantically labeled. So if I want to compare that, I would try to semantic label each part of the video. Each video is quite large. So I think it's quite scalable. It's quite
Yeah, because we can representation, I feel like maybe it's like very, very challenging. Like,
yeah.
because we're gonna generalize like just one day. This is like the whole world. Like, how can I say like expression as
Yes, for sure. Yes.
Thank you so much for the question also and for answering. Thank you so much, Mr. Anatovic. Thank you. You can finish the presentation. We ask for every present the speaker here. Remind that the whole presentation is 50 minutes. So we will continue our next speaker, Mr. Andres Alfonso Silva. Sir, from Ecuador, he is affiliated with the Songin University and also actively engaged with the Navy of Ecuador. His title, Study of Key Factors Affecting the Implementation of the Interface System for Naval Systems.
Change my navy. I want to change my navy and I want to predict failures. I want to optimize resources and I want to the safety of my country. For that, I want to use the technology. Digital technology we have to the Navy and all of the security sector, on the also of the region. I know our Navy is present to sailor, but for me, more important is use the technology to make better decisions. Make better decisions will help to improve our operations. The introduction of my research is I want to explain a little concept about digital twins, and I want to explain how to use it in a naval industry. For the management of ships, we have a very good, very high challenge. For example, we depend on a lot of foreigner technicians. That's very good because we can learn about the foreigners person, but we need to improve. We need to spend a lot of money and we need to spend a lot of time to wait for that help. This challenge means that we need to extend the period of downtime our ship. Yes. But this is a very big problem. Why? Because it's not only one ship stops. If we vessel stop, we lost sovereignty of our countries. We lost the war against to the narcotraffic bands, etc. This problem is very important to solve it quickly for the security of our community. But what is digital grid? Digital grid is a virtual representation of a physical object. In this example, a building, smart cities. So with a sensor, we can share data in real time. We can control the object we want to control. In this case, buildings, but we can use it in the ships for the healthcare, etc. What technology we need? We need the smart sensors that we can share the real data in real time. We need a security connection network. In this case, we need a lot of cybersecurity rules. We need to write rules for cybersecurity because we use it in a military industry. And after that, we need to send this data to a software, integrate and analyze data to the platform to use this data correctly. The global application of digital, we have a lot. Aviation industry, in the healthcare industry, smart cities. A lot of countries like Korea, United States, Spain now use digital twin in smart cities for control the traffic, for security, for control the hospitals, etc. Technology is very important to try to implement it in the region of our countries. Why use it in an airline industry? Because we can save money and time. Also, we can improve and can better decisions. This is really important because sometimes we make decisions without information, and this represented costs, a lot of costs, and we lost the opportunity to protect the community. I use the methodology. First, I want to the objective of my research is try to understand the key factors to affect to implement digital twins in the net. So for that, I did a combination about two famous models when we want to improve the technology. Neurotech and ESUZ model by Leron and McLean. There are very famous models when you want to implementing technology. We have a lot of factors to study, and for we need to collect data for demonstrate that these hypotheses that I write are correct or not. The interesting about this pressure is that all the data we collect is not only for Ecuador. Can collect data for United States, Spain, and Korea. And these three last countries use digital bank in their navies and their communities. this was very hard because studying in Korea, so I need to communicate with four different countries, and I need to looking for an expert in that thing. So this is a really challenge, but I'm very happy that the resource will be done with successfully. Okay, the most important factor that I collect is two: system quality, information quality, and technical support. So all of the factors that I studied, these are the most important because people that use digital tech needs a very good system to get a very important data. Information will be safe, and the technical support for help when the digital twin have a problem or not. Moral experts focus more on the system quality. So they trust in the information that they give because they have a lot of institutional support. Korean people believe in the information against than the system because they have a robust and national digital strategies, so they use the technology every day. Spain experts focus more in the technical support. So they need to training about technology before they use it. It's very interesting thinking because they try to understand all the technology before use. Uh, and this is important because when they have the person training, they can implement the technology very fast. United States experts need, they have all of the three factors covered. So they don't worry about the information, the quality, or the technical support. So we need to try to copy this strategy for this country because they have a lot of culture technology and they use the technology very much. What about Ecuador? And I think it's the same thinking in all Latin America. Ecuador maybe think that the information is the most valued factor. So they don't thinking about technical support or the quality of the system. They need to be sure that the information that they receive is correct. I think this is the thinking of all the Latin American people because we need to be sure that the information is good to take a decision. Because if you take a bad decision, will be spend a lot of money on which maybe in this case, in the negative case, we can lose the vessel. So this is the challenge for our region. We need to improve our infrastructure, improve our technology, and improve our sensor for take the data in real time. The conclusion of my research is this digital twin technology can help the Navy. We have a very good potential to use it in the maintenance ship or also in the military operational system. So this is the opportunity to try to implement a new technology in our countries and our institutions. The 238 person that we get the questionnaire put that the digital twin is a very good option for naval industry. This letters in blue is more in my pressure, but I want to share in this opportunity. So I think these kind of pressures and these kind of events can help to develop our region. So I think this is a start for a new investigation, a new paper for digital twin and new technology to improve the security or the to try to improve the life of countries, our communities. The recommendation also, this recommendation is not in my research, but I think it's important to share this today. First one, we need uh, invest in sensors. We need to invest in network and communication, and we need to invest in real-time data infrastructure. This, I think, countries like Korea, United States, Spain, they have clear that this is the way to change. Right? In Latin America countries need to try to copy these behaviors. The most important, I think, the most challenges in this step is sit together like today. I know that military information is classified, but we have only one enemy now. We need the enemy of the narcotics, drugs, lands. We have to win the wars about fish, illegal fishing. So we need to sit in the same table, Ecuadorian Navy, Peru Navy, Colombian Navy, and all the navies in the region, because we have only one enemy. We are now fighting each other, so we need to share the information. We need to share the research. We need to share how to improve for don't do the same mistake that the not made. So this is I think it's very important step, and I think it's the most challenging one, because the military information is specific, but I think we need to change formats in that one. The last but no less important is we need to training in technology from the youngest people. When I started the naval academic, I didn't hear about intelligent artificial or robotics or cloud computing. I think for new officers or new students, we need to learn these topics from the beginning. This is not, it's not, the technology is not the future. I think the technology is the present, and I think this kind of topic will help to change our behaviors and community, and we can live safely and with peace in our countries. Thank you so much. This is my presentation.
Thank you for listening. Finales, maybe I could start with some question. There is any successful experience in Latin America with digital with the military or marine environment that could serve as a reference?
Yes, well, digital twin technology in North America is not the growth like they want, but Chile and Brazil have a lot of implementation in the cities, not in the army or navy, but they use it for smart cities. Santiago tried to have the implementation for public transportation. So I read this paper, and they also helped me to finish my research.
Thank you so much. Thank you for answering. Special, there is any other one? Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Alfonsi, Mr. Sibara Alban. I want to clap for him that there is our presentation. Then you
here in Korea. And what I will show you today is one of our projects that we are trying to develop, and it is related with green energy. So basically, for this presentation, I will avoid technical terms in order that everyone can understand the concept. The concept is so simple, and basically is we are living every day touching with our hands, with our sense that our environment is in damage. So um, we are trying to develop a technology to tackle all of these side effects that some new technologies brought to the environment. So what we know from green technologies like so solar plants is that they have some side effects on the flora and fauna, and we are trying to take advantage of the wave on the coast, on the beaches. Okay, so the project that I will present today, we presented in Monaco Ocean Protection Challenge in 2023. Sorry, in Seoul, in the event of Falling Walls, and we went to the final and we won the prize. And with that, we went to the same event, but in Berlin, Germany, and we went to the final. In 2024, we presented to the Monaco Protection Ocean Challenge, and we went to the semifinals. And now, in this year, 2025, we also presented in Monaco Ocean Protection Challenge, and now we are in the final. So last year they made some advice to adjust our project, and now we are waiting for the final results. Okay. So okay, we will present the TGB tidal gravity battery. Basically, the concept is so simple: is to construct to build silo near to the coast, and with that silo, we will depends on of the levels of the tides. We know that every day, because of the gravitational force, we have two tides on the oceans: up or high tide and the bottom tide. Okay? So basically, what you see here is the silo. The silo start to the water start to enter into the silo when the level of the tide is low, at the lowest point. It will start to store the water. The water will go through alternators and get the top of the silo when the tide is high. Okay? Basically, this is the structure. You can see the trees that represents the beach. from your port and the place on the coast where we have to start the zero. And the zero, as I mentioned before, start to collect the water and with the gravitational force start to produce the energy. Okay? So with this project, we have three main spillovers. TGV acts as an artificial reef, creating room several species in the ocean. You can see, you have been watching on some documentaries and videos that there are some species like barnacles that stick, for example, to the whales, even to the big ships. So with this kind of species stick to the zero and creates a natural artificial reef. Also possess a passive and preventive solution to reduce the impacts of natural phenomena, tsunamis and hurricanes. It's just like it will not prevent the tsunami, but it will make a barrier. And the main goal is to provide green hydrogen to, to be explored for the community. Next one, please. Okay. So, basically, when the water start to goes up to the ceiling, it will produce the energy to the top to get the hydrogen. In this part, the residual part is the oxygen. And once the hydrogen is produced and fill the tanks of small chips, not big, small chips, the residual is water. So we can say that we don't have side effects because for example, one oil, how can I say, drop, one small drop of oil can contaminate a lot of liters and gallons of water. So in this case, we don't have this side effect. So basically, this is the project that I wanted to share with you today, and I am willing to give you advice and questions, comments.
Thank you. Thank you. A big clap for our questions. We are open now to questions from the audience. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have a question. I might have a recommendation on issue of it's more of that. It's important of
So could you repeat the question?
yes, we have like kind of instance. I mean, those working kind of issues to the ecosystem or something. Or for example, if you are in a risk area, we have problems to achieve. Can you really expand on some of the issues that is kind of
Okay, basically this is part of the existing areas. Yeah, those small chips, small balls can replace the 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 possibilities we are using now, the green hydrogen. Also for the fishing boats, they can use it. Now isn't let's say the small scale because for example for seal or something like that. It's not designed now. So the first stage is for small chips to make the test, and for the future is how can we go to the next step that is in speed chips.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for being now. Doing it.
Hey, I'm wondering, there are, you have a startup, right? I think it's missing.
No, no, no. We don't have an startup. We are in the process of implementing the startup.
Ah, okay, I understood. Okay, I have many questions. So, do you have any approximate cost to the install it? What is the approximate cost to install? Do you have any inverters that can help to provide your grid? And also, I am curious about how much power it can provide. And with the current technology that we are using, so what is the advantage? What is the advantage that it can have? And the last question, and maybe a lot of questions. And how long it will take to install?
Okay. To remind me the first one.
Okay, the first one. What is the approximate cost?
Well, now we are trying to calculate this because we have presented for the last final session in the Monaco, and we are not sure how much it will be because it depends on the code. Each code is different. Yeah. So how big the code, how strong and big are the waves. So we are trying to see one prototype that we can say in this code that something like
Okay, I suppose based on the way you can provide specific power, right?
yes, that's what this is the first question.
Ah, yes, that's. Do you know how much power it can provide?
No, it depends on each code.
It's a generation, okay? And how long? I think because we already have some installing or something there.
No, no, no.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
it's prototype.
Prototype. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question again and for answering Dr. Wolfa. We can invite you to see the again a big clap for excellent. So we have a small before to time that and we have the next steps. We have a quick session here and then invite to everyone to take some meals from outside. So again to the next session. Okay? Yeah, we invite traditional instrument performance by Mr. Abel Guaituna and Mr. David Romacci. They will give a performance about Peruvian traditional music called each one on the class. Okay, thank you so much, and we can start. So, Carlos, ustedes no sé, buenos peruanos, hoy nací, que soy de es un gusto compartir con ustedes. Para nosotros es un grato honor ver tantas ideas interesantes para tener una nueva humanidad, para seguir creciendo como humanos. Y es por eso que venimos nosotros con la cultura en lo que respecta a la música, compartir con ustedes. Espero que sea de agrado de todos ustedes. Con todo el placer. Hasta luego. Se anima por los aunque sea nos acompaña con las falas, ¿no? ¿Eh? So all of it is to go in the foods and take your meal and come again for the next session, section two, social science and humanities. We are starting at 1:05 p.m. Thank you so much for being with your kindly in the line. Take your meals outside and sandwich. And come again and you can feel here.
Ah, okay. Start, so get ready, everyone. Sciences and humanities. This is where we're going to explore connections in the world of life that is very currently. So let's listen to the incredible work done by our next presenter. First, we have Dr. Hannah Jun from South Korea. She is a professor at Inkwang Women's University. She's here to share insights on her Korean universities and how they are playing a role in empowering Latin American talent abroad. Please let's give her a round of applause. Very much. This is the most difficult time to give a presentation because it's right after lunch. And you want to go and take a nap. Right? We're students always go to study. So what I'll do is today is really meant to be a kind of introduction and sharing a lot more experience from myself rather than something to be more academic. If you would like to hear something more academic, I'm very happy to talk with your peers and to network with you further. So before I was preparing for this presentation, of course I looked at LinkedIn and it was a very interesting LinkedIn post that I saw. Is this screen right? Right. So here are outcomes. So this is this this I'm good. Oh, few no, I would like to begin. I'm so sorry. Here we'll start again. And as I'm looking at you later, maybe you can use the next slide. And this is what is being researched. And so why do the contact is information like and then we will have this quite a bit of discussion with water and then it's just back and that was I knew that as I was preparing for today that you would be the exception because this is the Latin American researchers group and I knew that I would be positively surprised and that is clearly the case. To give a more proper introduction to myself, I want to be I was behind Hannah John. I'm associate professor of international business at Inkwang University. I'm also the director of our research and global social responsibility. And a lot of my research and teaching involved things like sustainability reporting, management, and investment. And I also have a heart for impact-driven startups. And so when I was listening to some of the presentations in the engineering side, I was very happy to see those things like green hydrogen and a lot of the amazing work that you're doing. So uh, yes, if you're interested in those areas as well, I'm very happy to be in touch. My contact information is still on John Abington.ac.pr. I'm also on Instagram. So, and Instagram, this will tie in later to what I'd like to share about my own experience and about fostering global talent, but perhaps specifically Latin American talent, is that it gives a great way to develop a digital archive, digital and to connect with those who are not currently featured. Yeah. I would like to say that I've been shaped by a lot of periods of crisis. It's the first stage of crisis was the Asian financial crisis in the late 1990s, and this is when I first moved to Korea. So I was born and raised in the United States, and I came to Korea right around that time. And that was the first time I realized that governance matters, specifically corporate governance. So a lot of the work that I do is around corporate governance and sustainability. My first real job was after I finished my master's, and I was in a couple of different investment banks. So both Lehman Brothers, with governance matters, as well as numerous securities. And so I was looking at multi semiconductors. This is another reason why I enjoy the presentations on engineering as well. And have a big heart for fostering talent within the IT industries. The next period process was right around 2008, 2009. Of course, the global financial crisis at the time. The great thing to do was that I met my now husband, and we started our now beautiful family. And he used to be so small, and now he's already taller than me. But I feel only a baby in my And so it was during this time that I looked at not only sustainability in my research, but also my own sustainability as a researcher and as a working mom and all of those lovely things. I was talking right before my presentation, but my first full-time teaching job was actually at University of Foreign Studies at their business school. I had a great time there, 2.5 years. Then afterwards, around 2016, I came back to Eva Owens University. After I came back, I did both my master's and my PhD at Eva, and then kind of finance in between. So it does feel like I'm coming back home. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's okay. Thank you. There's a matter. Thank you so much. We got it. The disclaimer for today is, of course, although I'm based at Eva Women's University, that the kind of opinions and arguments and maybe the message that I'm sharing today is based solely on my own personal experience. So if I say anything that you don't agree or you don't appreciate, it's not the university's fault, it's mine. So I'm very happy to see that from the outset. I'm going to try this one more time. So today's agenda, really doing your lunch prepared. I'll first start really briefly about what the current dynamic is, especially when it comes to Korea's demographic challenges, but all the while trying to retain global talent. Then I'll talk in theory, because we like to talk about both theory and practice. In theory, what Korean universities have been focusing on so far when it comes to trying to retain global talent. And then in practice, what are some of the things that I've done at a personal level, maybe less of a macro, but more kind of micro and granular, that hopefully in some ways contributes to the dilemma. So, the dilemma. So the dilemma that South Korea specifically faces right now, and of course we have other countries around the world as well, but we have a big need for global talent, especially given a lot of the demographic pressures that we're facing. But at the same time, retention of global talent is actually quite low, especially if we compare South Korea's success with Japan. I was looking at some of the most recent data. There are a lot of reasons potentially for this, but one of the big things that South Korea, from I think policy and a macro perspective, but also at a micro level, is that we need to make sure that we can not only recruit or attract global talent, but that we actually find a home and can retain global talent in Korea. And so those are some of the kind of concerns, questions, and issues that I also deal with on a daily basis. And specifically for Latin American talent, I was looking at the next slide. I'll go this. This is visually. If we look visually, then we look at the globe, we see South Korea literally on the opposite side. So I was looking at antipodes, and so our antipode is Uruguay. Is there anyone from Uruguay today? Or maybe your family? No one? That's okay. You're from all, or maybe you visited Uruguay. One, thank you. Bless you. Perfect. But yes, I was looking at this as well. So the challenge, of course, is I think accentuated even more because you're trying to attract and retain talent that is literally halfway across. So we need to have an even bigger pull, an even bigger draw from a people perspective, but also within our universities. So in theory, because we are basically, we love theory and the potential role of Korean universities, these were some of the major things that most Korean universities have at least on paper said are some of the biggest challenges to attracting, but also retaining foreign talent, and for our case, Latin American talent in Korea. And if we look at these, depending on the university, their priorities might be very different. I'll just give very briefly some of the things that Eva University has been focusing on specifically. So if we look at, I like to separate things into hard skills as well as soft skills. So hard skills, some of the major ones have been things like language, limited careers, and also low, kind of relatively low employer engagement. The reason that when we talk about employer engagement is when we look at some of these success factors of countries like Japan, one thing that they've been putting to doing is that there's a lot of university interaction with potential employers. So those in the private sector, maybe in the public sector as well, so that there's this natural kind of segue that comes from graduation from university and graduate school then into the workplace. And so because you have the system in place that's able to connect students from after graduation, so outside of the university bubble, into the workplace, then you have higher retention of global talent that's in the country. So I think this is one practical thing that perhaps Korean universities can also focus on. And here I just have my own research on Iran. There's been a lot of focus, of course, on language as well. How we can get students to be able to learn Korean, well, not just in an academic setting, but also in the workplace. And I think that really increases the chances of recruitment by Korean companies, and also to make sure that you're able to kind of, yes, adapt as well as you can. And in addition to hard skills, we also have soft skills and development. So it's like how we can adjust to things like cultural differences, how we can integrate socially, as well as forge stronger alumni networks. And for alumni networks, I think we focused a lot on the university, but I think today is a great forum that you have in Latin American researchers. So great congratulations to the organizers, because I think this helps to kind of cultivate that sense of community that maybe you don't get so much when it comes to just kind of university by university kind of initiatives. So IT. Last but not least, I'll talk specifically about so how do we not only attract great talent from overseas, especially Latin America, but how can we cultivate them and make it part of the community on kind of more local kind of level. So without bragging, this is our beautiful campus at Nicholas University. All 4 seasons. Currently, the cherry blossoms, I think there's about 2 peaks, and after today's rain, perhaps we'll have to wait for 2026. But it's the most beautiful campus I know. I'm 100% biased. We're also the #1 GSIS program, Graduate International Studies program, in Korea. It's rated by the Ministry of Education. We have a global student body that I heard has become even more global. So here it says 20% from South Korea. In fact, I think that might be closer to 10 to 15%. We have a huge, huge global student body, and we can talk later, which is to make that kind of transition from having initially a more Korean national base to now definitely a much more global base here. Within our graduate school of international studies, one of our major features is the Institute for International and Area Studies. And so the kind of primary, the things that we do in terms of research as well as other studies include things like our Asian International Studies Review. This is the Scopus Index journal that's published by our center. We also have the Center for Global Social Responsibility, which is the center that I'm fortunately the director of. We have our Center for Korean Language Education and Research, European Korean Center, and I know this summer also interested in public diplomacy, so we have our Public Diplomacy Center at UNIVAC. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the Center for Global Social Responsibility and our sustainability research now. And really, the idea behind the lab was to kind of pool our resources and our energy so that we can become a sustainability research-driven lab that leverages global industry academic networks to enhance not only our researchers' capabilities, also contribute to kind of the global sustainability agenda. So again, just like you were listening to some of the lectures on the green hydrogen, that was my maybe it's because it's the one right before lunch. But it's not just a social science. We're very happy to collaborate with those emerging scientists as well. How we can actually harness those technologies in the areas that we need the most. And if you also take a look, one of the things that I would like to do as part of this is at the core, the most important thing is, of course, generating high quality research. And this is, I think, one of the big draws for to cultivate and to attract great talent into Korea, but also specifically to our sustainability research lab. And so at the core is research, but we also want to foster things like long-term strategic networks and to maintain really good communication with those outside of Korea and for our own digital archive. We haven't done it yet, but maybe at some point we'll have a separate account for our Center for Global Social Responsibility or Sustainability Research Lab, because I feel that it's just at this point very selfishly tied to me. I'm broken now, but if it really is to grow, and maybe you guys make it more obvious, I'd love to bring in even more kind of traffic. So one of the things that I would like to do, and you'll see my all my stories and everything, is I really want to highlight our students, highlight our researchers, their work, and if I was able to be a part of it, then that as well. And so I think being able to credit our researchers to make sure that they feel ownership is critical when it comes to attracting and retaining talent. And then last but not least, I was sure that I would do this at the very end. Yes, 1 minute, I can do this. That's fine. On a personal note, one of the things that I mentioned before is when we look at geography, we're on the opposite side of the world. And the one thing that I appreciate for our Latin American family is that just like Korea, we are very family centric. So we have very supportive families and communities at home. And I've been so fortunate to be able to meet not only your students, and you probably because we meet women, your daughters, but I've been very fortunate to meet families and parents as well. And what I realized was the kind of digital archive that we have, it's not just the students that we're trying to attract, but it's also the families who have to be on board and supportive of their children across the world to a place where they may not know the language and also try to develop roots here. And so this is all the way in the back. My lovely, lovely researcher, Laura, is there, and she's featured all over my Instagram as well. And I was very fortunate to have met her parents when they came. So the one thing that I like to do in all of my posts, and hopefully that resonates with those who view it, is one, that you as researchers, global researchers, especially in Latin America, will put value. The second is that you're being taken care of, even though you're halfway across the world. And then the last, but not least, remember is to think in long-term success. And hopefully these are things that we're really able to do, maybe at a policy level or a broader level, especially at a university and lab level. This is one of the things that I really like career to, and I know that many others are doing the same. Right. So working forward, I'm happy to share these with you. I think the most important thing here is there's a kind of tension between doing things now and building a track record, but also making sure that we're able to do it for the long haul and sustain. Thank you very much. Thank you. Question. Okay. Now we're going to go for the next presenter. That was amazing. Dr. Hannah, thank you, and please give her applause. Okay, so since we were running out of time, your master of ceremony forgot to present herself. I'm Dayan Pimentel from Peru, and I study at Hankook Wegu God. Now we're going to go to the next presenter, which is Laura. She's a PhD student at Hua Commerce University and a researcher at the Center of Global Social Responsibility. Her work explores NGO business partnerships and their impact on social and environmental sustainability. Let's give her a big round of applause. My favorite video actually. When I saw my parents' pictures, I think I was going to cry. When that is, I have here my notes because if I have notes, I would probably just run out of notes to do that. But it's really a pleasure to be with fellow Latin American researchers, but also people that are passionate about social sciences here. And as it was mentioned, I'm a researcher at the Global Center for Social Responsibility, which is what I'm very proud of. And I think it's my honor to really have this presentation just right after my professor explain and talk about us and what we do. Um, and the research I'm going to present today is research that it hasn't been all out of the classroom, actually. But we have been working together with Professor for almost 1 year on it, so it's a pleasure for me to just do it here. It's an honor in front of all of you. Um, so without further ado, I think I don't know how to, should I just say next? Thank you. More or less familiar with sustainability and sustainable development goals. Um, and we might agree to a certain point that sustainable development comes with very complex questions. And complex questions that also are so complex that it's very difficult to answer with simple solutions. And that's why it brings up together a lot of stakeholders, multiple stakeholders that are affected by this, but also affect these issues. And because of that, many stakeholders have been working together for more than you will imagine to cooperate and to kind of solve these kind of questions. So when we think about businesses and non-profits, we always kind of have this image in our heads, which is partially true. So they usually start as charity. So we think about donations, businesses donating to non-profits, but because of the evolution also, historical evolution, they have also changed in a couple of years, decades, I would say, and they have transformed. So, how do we think about businesses and non-profit corporations or collaborations these days? And I got a few examples for you, but I think I will not dig into all of them because we don't have so much time. But I think I will just talk about the first one because it was developed in Latin America, which is the reason why we're also here. So I don't know if you know Nickelodeon. I grew up watching Nickelodeon. But Nickelodeon is a big kids TV network, and it has been working with Plan International, which is the Latin American, like specifically for the branch of Latin America, um, that works for children's rights and gender equality. And what they've been doing in the past 5 years is cooperating to create campaigns that reduce gender stereotypes and prejudice. But also, Plan has helped Nickelodeon to um, rethink how they represent gender in their cartoons and in their shows. So this has been something that has been happening in the past 5 years, but we can see it in other collaborations, other partnerships in very different sectors. So we have, for example, Oxfam that has been working with Unilever for almost 20 years. And then you have also M&S. So it's about research, it's about changing strategies of corporations, and it's about creating better products for um, people, communities, and those that are impacted by corporations. So when we think about the definition of partnerships, it's about sharing responsibility, sharing with one commitment towards a goal. But even though we think this is a way to move forward, we know maybe like governments and the global agenda might think it also comes with a lot of challenges for both sides, for the partnerships itself. It comes with administrative burden, and power solutions, especially for nonprofits and corporations that have been in different sectors and they have also different visions. So because of that, thank you so much, we also developed these questions. We developed two specific questions. One is which sex factors are considered across different contexts, because there has been a lot of research about the study cases of partnerships in in different regions and different parts of the world. And the second part is how do these factors contribute to value creation throughout the life cycle of our partnerships. And this is kind of the second stage that brings a lot of importance to our research because before it's more like a literature out. Before success was just measured in terms of if it achieved the results, the partnership actually achieved the results they planned at the beginning. But seeing it from a value creation is also seeing how much value is also given to all the parts that are involved in it and not just about getting the results. So thank you so much. So we came with this methodology. We did a literature review between 2023. Then you can see the kind of the methodology, the method we use to identify all the studies that we are there in apply. And then when we got all of this, we are to analyze all those previous data and provide the percent factors documented as variables. And then the second part was more a comprehensive part. We analyze the variables using a theory that is called the collaborative value framework. That I think it's kind of complex, and I don't have much time, so I will just try to explain it in a simple form. And if you're very interested to know about this, we can discuss it further in the questions, or maybe like if you just want to come around and talk about this more. But this is developed by two professors, and it was developed throughout the last 2 decades. And the matrix shows that partnerships can create different types of values. So associational value is more about reputation. And then you have transfer asset value is much about, for example, financial resources. Interaction value is about networking and how much you can expand this to all your sector. And synergistic value, it can be much more about the innovation of the initiatives that they are creating. But one thing that is kind of very important for this theoretical framework is that it's not just about creating value, but there are different stages in the partnerships because of a historical reason. So historically, most of the partnerships started as charity. So we can also see how much engagement the partners have taking into consideration this framework. So our key findings shows for the first questions, we find shared goals, leadership, secondary stakeholder engagement, trust, and transparency as critical success factors. And then when we analyze this through the matrix that we use framework, we find that shared goals tend to drive more transactional partnerships, which are more like cost-related marketing, contributing to reputational benefits and financial. However, when partners are transparent, then we have transparency here in the middle, meaning they can communicate and they can communicate their intentions very specific. It can also enhance networking and innovation capacity. And leadership, it's a very complex one to find. I think it's a very interesting one. I remember when I tried to go in deep into it, creates value across low and high engagement partnerships, but in different ways. So in low engagement partnerships, it's about meeting deadlines and involving charismatic leaders. But for more collaborative, like innovative groups, leadership is adaptable, supported by also executives and led by skilled managers. Because you have two different approaches from different organizations, the skilled managers can also help to kind of create a bridge between the language. And we have also Trump. So Trump so trust work in the same way, like leadership. So organizational trust supports laws like resource. But interpersonal flows is what unlocks deeper collaboration and innovation. Uh, and it's also because the more you work, the more engagement you also need to disclose more information about your communities, what are you doing, and this also has an impact on the way they interact. And last but not least, we have a stakeholder engagement, which is, I think, the most one was also running the analysis. Plays a role across all partnership stages, but involving, for example, consumers and employees helps to boost resource transfer and reputation. But engaging communities and third-party allies, like for example, SMEs or social enterprises, can help to enhance innovation. But this is also something that in the literature was discussed because you can having more stakeholders, but at the same time it can reduce, for example, it can also increase the time they will need to spend to develop the partnership and to develop all the projects they have. So it's a complex one and it's a very interesting one. So okay. I'm trying my best to come to this part very fast. This study comes also in a very interesting exciting on in the practical level. And it's here and consultancy did a survey about two corporate philanthropists to tell them like how do you see the future of partnerships, and most of them think they will be more important. So this also comes with a practical need. We also need to develop more partnerships, but at the same time, how can we also make them more effective or most of them successful? So if we can just sit with all of them, think this conclusion. Example to cultivating relationships with positives minded. Um, Also creating mechanisms for strengthening trust, not just in a organizational level, but also in an interpersonal level. And maybe incorporating third-party actors with hybrid organizational models that also create more value. Especially because, as we mentioned, both of them have different missions. So you have also corporate that which its main responsibility to create profit, and then you have a purpose, which is main responsibility is creating social life. So you have two different, and then you need a bridge in between. And sometimes those bridges can be developed by third-party allies. So I think our research is very meaningful. I would like to think like that. But as all most of the research too, it also has it also developed more questions. So this is just a preliminary approach. But there are a lot of questions that are remaining. For example, what's the role of the public sector in those partnerships? And how incorporating, for example, more stakeholders will impact also the effectiveness and efficiency of alliances. And in the broader sense, how effective are those alliances? Because, for example, we didn't discuss the concept of success. What is success at the end? So without can I thank you. So thank you very much. To me, thank you for also the invitation for everyone that is here, like just listening, and also the anyone behind the scenes working very hard. This is my contact, my email. So share research in my Instagram account, where it's public. You can also follow me to more exciting news about the Global Center for Social Responsibility, but also about what I do and why this research is very interesting. So thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. So first, second. I think the question is basically how many people identify the requirement? When this finance requires this, is there some impact on the alliances? Thank you so much. I think your question is very interesting and it's very relevant. I didn't have those specific like moments in the when we were doing research. We didn't have like, for example, prices or something like that. So I'm not sure, but uh, the the pandemic did had an impact in partnerships, and we saw a trend changing from, for example, more partnerships that were less. There was less engagement because there was like a lot of rapid assistance. So it was much more like like improving health and giving some like donations. So it kind of went to that stage. But for financial crisis, I'm not sure about it. I think your question is very important, and I would take it into consideration. Example, culturally speaking. Did you see any differences culturally speaking from one culture to another? I would say, for example, that is quite alliances that is going interesting thing alliance. For example, volunteering jobs that is in the learnings. Yeah. There are differences in terms of cultural, like approaches, but because the research was too big, like we saw the whole work, it was very difficult to kind of capture those small things. But I think so. One of my ideas, because this research will go on, and I like to like specify something. One thing that I would like you to all of you like get from my presentation is that there's not much research in the sciences in Latin America. Like really, like most of them are in Europe and the US. So because of that, we need much more understanding of those regions. Because, for example, Colombia and Latin America, it's a region that has most of the civil society talking about. But we still don't know how they're cooperating with businesses. But their perception also about businesses. So their approach might be different. And because it was very big, it was very difficult to capture. But also because there's less research there. It's much more difficult to capture those small things that might be there. But I completely agree that, that difference might also change the way they do, and the success factors might be different if you kind of study this on a small scale in, for example, the region of Latin America or other regions. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Can the microphone be hit on the back? Okay, well, thank you a lot for your presentation. I have a question, maybe, I don't know if you know, but in Latin America, do you find some of these factors that you consider success that are already in the minds of the partnership? Like they consider more successful right now, and maybe they have already developed, I don't know, sufficient organizations or mechanisms to make it improve, and maybe some others that they don't value that much or they didn't notice. You have some of this information regarding Latin America, for example? I, because of the research, I would say I don't have that much information, but I think by just looking around, and I will just go out from my research, by looking around and kind of exploring partnerships, but also because I didn't mention this, but I worked before in nonprofits, so I kind of understand also the culture there. I think they, at this point, especially big nonprofits, they understand that one key factor is having skilled leaders and managers there, like cooperating. And they also, for example, some of those big NGOs in Latin America, they are creating areas that are called business development. And that was something that we couldn't even think in the past 2 decades, because nonprofits and businesses, they were usually seen as they were fighting each other. But then you have, for example, nonprofits that are now creating areas of business development. So I think they understand that one key factors is understanding also, for example, how to approach them with their language, and building those bridges. So maybe coming to third party allies is something that they haven't really implemented yet. And I'm still very cautious saying this because I haven't done research specifically. It's just about my understanding and my readings, everything that has been going around. But I would say at least up to this point, they have some organizational decisions. They have made some organizational decisions that kind of also enhance those partnerships. Thank you. That was a very interesting research about how like leadership, shared goals, and many other factors can influence cooperation. Thank you so much, Laura. Let's please give her a clap. Okay, so our next speaker is Isabel Alexandra Cornejo Lima. She is a master candidate in science and has worked with international institutions like United Nations Industrial Development Institute, the Science Technology Policy Institute, and her research brings together innovation ecosystems and digital governance, especially through government. Please, let's give her an applause. Wow. Mental, that comfortable. Before I start my presentation, I have to disclosure this is an ongoing study. And also, this study was born with my motivation while working in Peru. I was working in the international market with Peruvian companies, and I saw how many of these companies try to compete in very big market, and I saw how they try to compete, but they didn't accomplish a lot of the goals that they want. So I came to Korea to learn from the best of how to compete in the market, how to innovate overall, and how create innovation, how we can create innovation and overall from the government perspective. But we will see through this study that it's not only the government that has to do something, it's also has to do with different actors. So to start, um, this will be my content of the presentation and the next slide. So for the introduction, my study focuses in GovTech. What is GovTech? If you have heard about it, it's actually the short version of government technology or government procurement of technology. But actually nowadays, this word GovTech is related more to the collaboration of different actors in this ecosystem of how to create technology to innovate in the public services. So, for the next slide. So there are many definitions. However, the OECD they try to identify three actors like government, citizens, and business. And as I mentioned, to create solutions, not only procure or buy technology, but also make a dynamic market and enhance the capabilities also of their local businesses, IT businesses, SMEs, and startups as we will see. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there is not a unique concept or unique definition of GovTech. There are many, but all of them identify GovTech as one of the catalysts for the government public innovate the public services. So in terms of benefits, we can see efficiency, transparency, and sustainability, and the value in monetary terms has also been uh, published by the World Economic Forum in a just recent report that reach up to 9.8 trillion of dollars in global public impact. From the private perspective also, the investments from companies in GovTech technology has also raised up to 20.7 billion of dollars in venture capital investments. So this is a big market from the government perspective and also from the private perspective. From national initiatives, you can see in the European region from 2009, there was only one national initiative. However, for 2021, more than 13 initiatives countries have been developed. And in terms of companies that started to only focus in technology that was sold to government, we can see how USA is still the highest, has the highest percentage of these companies, but also we see how the European market is growing and the Latin American market is also growing. Um, so, as I mentioned, the benefits of GovTech has been already valued, but also the market overall of the companies that can reach and gain profits from this market also has been established for 2034. meaning in 10 years, it will be valued up to 1.4 billion of dollars for companies that want to participate in this market. So as I mentioned, the growth has been intensively fast and big, up to 300%. But not only the number of companies participating and the market also, but the areas of focus, not only public services, but also financial, health, law and order, education, multiple areas. So there is an important limitation here to describe or to want to know what is GovTech and how other countries can participate in this market. However, there is not an actual definition, as I mentioned, but also not a framework or a structure of how to build this GovTech ecosystem. That's why I love this research. We can see in the literature. The literature also is scarce, but through this study, we try to seek for different approaches from building the structural components of this ecosystem, and also later on to provide some recommendations for governments of how to build this GovTech ecosystem. So my research methodology focuses mainly in three sections. First, the systematic literature review, not only in academia papers, but also reports from international organizations. I did also, after doing the systematic literature review, I analyzed this content through the framework of the quadruple helix model, which is the framework that analyzes the actors of how they interact in this ecosystem. And finally, I describe of how top performance in this innovation ecosystem are working, how they are building their own ecosystem. I chose actually the GovTech Maturity Index provided by the World Bank in order to select the top performance. And as we can see, South Korea is the top performance here, but also we have Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, and so on. So as I mentioned, I select the framework of the quadruple helix model because many of the reports also identify these principal actors, the government, academia, industry, and civil society, how they interact, how they collaborate, and how they form the GovTech system. It's really important to have this holistic overview of the how they collaborate. So just for theoretical background, I wanted to just mention that the ecosystem is a structured evolving network of interdependent stakeholders who co-produce outcomes. So which this means is that um, the actors in this ecosystem, they cannot exist without each other. They have to interact and they have to coexist in order to create value, just as the global ecosystem. So this is the starting point of how we can see the how we can see the structure, or how we can identify the actors, and how can we identify the rest of components of this ecosystem. The literature review also establishes that GovTech is the next stage after digital government. Many of the governments nowadays they are still in the digital government. However, the transition to GovTech is inevitable, is essential for all governments. So they must know, they must detect how to build these components, this structure in order to keep going with the digital transformation area. And so through the systematic literature review and the possible helix model framework, I developed identify the mechanism, the component. We can see, for example, the government actor. They provide the high quality data to the industry, the IT or SMEs companies. They also provide the policy framework funding. The industry provides the technology, the investment, the society provides the feedback, the academia provides the research and the evaluation. There are many mechanisms of how they collaborate and how they act. And this is just a summary, a brief summary, because my still in process. But some of the key results that I identified through comparing the countries that are top performance in this GovTech ecosystem are one of the common patterns that we can see in these countries are that they have a leader that establishes the rules in the country of how they should act, how they not only GovTech but digital transformation in their region should be done. They also have innovation units. Usually there are laboratories where government and industry interact among each other. They have also collaborative practices. They don't just send information to other units, but they talk to each other. So that's very important. They have also institutional organization of the GovTech as a national plan or even as a local government or social level area. They have also digital infrastructure, which is identified also as one of the enablers for GovTech. And because high quality is one of the big requirements to have GovTech ecosystem development. And also, finally, they have also multi-stakeholder collaborative platforms. As I mentioned, collaboration between these all actors is very important. And the other, finally, one of the other results of the unique patterns that can be found in the selected countries are the civil society engagement. For example, this kind of activity also happens in Brazil and Korea, GovTech ecosystem. Also, the startups integration. Startups is a big topic in the GovTech ecosystem because also there is theory that they state that the startups should be the center of the ecosystem because they integrate more dynamic processes to the government instead of the large, big traditional IT companies, which can be a little bit more big in terms of how they manage their processes and how they can change their processes too. And finally, the institutional maturity of the innovation governance frameworks is also important in some of the countries that are still analyzing. And my future study, because this is a general first approach, I will continue with the focus in the developed countries only, and then with the emerging economies, and finally, I will hope to develop a framework for Peru, which is my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting. Does anyone have any questions? I actually have one. Thinking about the collaboration between the government.
Is the government that they have good performance in government and networking system, but they don't collaborate. However, in Europe, there is more collaboration among countries, but in Latin America, is still very limited.
Okay, so among like those countries that are collaborating, which one do you think is the most important factor that's like making the collaboration happen?
Because Europe region, they have a more integrated norm. So that's why from the European Commission, they launched this kind of normatives and regulations of how companies come interact, and so it's also eventually how they can build their ecosystem and they standardize the ecosystem in that sense. So that's I think one of the biggest approaches for building so the ecosystem. Mm. Thank you so much. This particular that's one of the objectives. Okay, so our next speaker is Maria Belén Novoa from Ecuador. Belén is a doctoral candidate at the CHOPS and a public policy expert with more than 10 years of experience. Her work centers on educational reform, feminism, and diverse learning. Applausos, please. So much for the opportunity. I'm going to do the presentation in Spanish today. And I'm sorry for the ones who doesn't speak Spanish. I'm so sorry. I do presentations in English too. But we almost never have the opportunity to talk in our mother tongue. Uh, so I just had to take the chance. So I would like to try myself today to Spanish. But of course, if you have any questions in English, I will answer to you. I'm a little bit nervous because I didn't know that we have going to have someone from Brazil here. And possibly said que é porque a opinião agora depois eu fiquei muito agradecida. Então, voy a explicarles sobre la teoría de la complejidad. Son apuntes desde la perspectiva desde la perspectiva brasilera hacia la educación coreana. Entonces, vamos con esto. Al principio pensé que iba a ser un poco complicado explicar esta cuestión de la teoría de la complejidad, que básicamente viene de la física. Y aquí hay un montón de ingenieros, creo yo, y, y personas especialistas, pero ya hemos hablado mucho de interconectividad, interrelaciones, y este es un modelo que es bastante cercano. Entonces, me ayuda con la siguiente. Entonces, básicamente lo que voy a pasar a explicar es la teoría de la complejidad, de Complexity Theory. Después, ¿por qué me estoy basando en el caso brasilero? Y las aplicaciones que tenemos a raíz del caso brasilero y cómo podríamos tener algún tipo de intervención en el sistema educativo coreano que pudiese ser relevante. Entonces, la teoría de la complejidad. Esto no quiero que lo piensen como la teoría de la complejidad desde la física completamente, porque esta es la teoría de la complejidad. Muy entonces, este señor básicamente lo que trata es de explicar los fenómenos sociológicos desde una perspectiva relacional. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? Vamos a entender los sistemas básicamente como entidades que pueden estar abiertas o cerradas. Pero el sistema educativo es una entidad abierta porque tiene interconexiones. Hay muchos factores que se interconectan, se relacionan y generan diferentes aspectos espaciales. Entonces, básicamente lo que hace Encuentro es agarrar la teoría de la complejidad de la física. Y este señor dice, bueno, existen sistemas que son cerrados como el universo, porque no hay nada por fuera del universo. Pues tengo el universo, no hay nada más de ahí, no hay interacciones. Pero existen otros sistemas dentro de este que sí interactúan entre ellos. ¿Okay? Entonces, de esto de la física y dice, nosotros también somos un sistema vivo, nosotros también somos un sistema abierto. Voy a ver si aplico esto a los sistemas educativos. Esto es lo que hace Edgar Morin. Entonces, nos llama sistemas vivos, sistemas complejos, y trata de entender las interacciones que existen entre nosotros. ¿A través de qué? Y aquí vienen estos conceptos que obviamente muchos de nosotros son un poco extraños, que es el concepto de entropía, el concepto de fractales y, bueno, formas de organización diversas. ¿Qué es la entropía? Bueno, no voy a explicarlo como muy simple, en palabras muy simples. La entropía básicamente es el grado de caos que existe en un sistema. Habrán aquí quienes podrán explicarlo de mejor manera. Yo no soy de ciencias exactas, solamente me gusta la física y por eso llegué a. Pero la entropía es el sistema de caos. Entonces,
si existe un nivel de caos en un espacio, eso quiere decir que deben también haber factores atractivos. Esto pasa también en los sistemas educativos. Entonces, yo tengo un caos, un montón de gente diversa como los fractales, es decir, que vienen en muchísimas formas, pero también infinitas formas, ¿ok? Y tienen distintas formas de organización. Entonces, lo que quiero saber es cómo este sistema abierto que interactúa entre sí y que tiene diversas formas, ¿cómo hace para funcionar? ¿Ok? Esto aplicado a sistema vivo entendido como sistema educativo. Estoy con eso. Profesor, how did you do it? Okay. Son sistemas vivos. Entonces, ¿qué es un sistema vivo? Es un sistema vivo primero. Entonces, los sistemas vivos en este caso van a ser sistemas interconectados, no triviales y complejos. Súper simple, interconectados, pues que se hablan, que interactúan entre ellos. No triviales, esto es bien favorito. Triviales significa que si yo le pongo un input a algo, no puedo esperar exactamente el mismo output al salir. Y esto es lo que somos los seres humanos, no somos racionales, ¿cierto? Aunque hay economistas de aquí, que yo también lo soy, sabemos que la racionalidad es algo per se. Entonces, somos sistemas no triviales. Y finalmente, complejos. ¿Qué quiere decir complejos? Hay un montón de variables que intervienen en nuestro sistema. El siguiente. Relaciones. Entonces, ¿cómo se forman las relaciones aquí? Primero, de unas formas finitas, pero muchísimas, que es lo que habíamos dicho de los fractales. Con entropía, es decir, hay un caos. Hay un caos, y para que se mueva ese caos, para que se ordene ese caos, van a haber unos atractores. Estos atractores, obviamente, en el sistema educativo son personas. Y pueden ser stakeholders, claro. Van a ser los profesores, van a ser algunos alumnos, van a ser el mismo gobierno, va a ser el sistema educativo, dependerá. ¿Sí? Entonces ahí están los atractores. Y salimos a las interconexiones. Y eso es el sistema educativo. Entonces yo estoy tratando de entenderlo pues de este modelo. Edgar Morin dice entonces que nosotros tenemos una serie de actores que van a ser los stakeholders y estas personas van a formar estructuras. Estas estructuras derivan en relaciones específicas. En estas relaciones vamos a basar nuestro macro, meso y micro en torno tanto a política como al sistema educativo como tal, es decir, mi macrocurrículo, mi mesocurrículo, microcurrículo. Y esto va a requerir ciertas adaptaciones. ¿Por qué? Porque, como dijimos, somos fractales. Somos unas cosas bien diversas que ameritan diferentes acciones. Pero ¿cuál es la cuestión aquí? Y aquí es donde voy a empezar a hablar de Brasil. La cuestión es que Edgar Morin nos ve a nosotros como personas fuera de nuestro contexto. Él nos dice somos sistemas vivos. Somos una cosa sí que interactúa con otros, que está en un espacio en específico, pero no toma en cuenta nuestra historia, no toma en cuenta nuestro contexto. Y aquí entra el materialismo histórico de Marx, que quizá para algunos les conocido, pero para otros no. Básicamente lo que dice el señor Marx es que nosotros somos producto de nuestro contexto. Y eso es todo. De nuestro contexto político, de nuestro contexto económico. Fin. Y aquí entra Paulo Freire. Paulo Freire, filósofo, educador brasilero, y él básicamente con su teoría del oprimido nos dice que la educación tiene que tomar en cuenta nuestro contexto porque tiene que integrarnos. El objetivo de la educación va a ser concederle al educado, a la persona que recibe la educación, libertad. Entonces, nada, tomamos en cuenta todo lo que es el sistema vivo, que actúa, nuestro contexto. Y esa es la razón por la cual estoy metiendo a Paulo Freire. Y ese es mi fe. Ahora, ¿cuáles son las cuestiones que pasaron por Brasil? Es que los brasileños el gobierno brasileño ya aplicó la teoría de Edgar Morin en su sistema educativo y en sus políticas públicas. Y no salió como esperaban. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que ellos vivieron en su reforma en 1980-1990? Es básicamente que existe una profundización de inequidades derivada básicamente de estos tres puntos. Flexibilidad del currículo, preparación académica para la vida y sistema abierto interconectado. Y explico. La flexibilidad del currículo porque Edgar Morin nos dice somos diversos, somos sistema abierto, nos estamos interconectando entre todos. Entonces, el currículo debería ser flexible, debería ser adaptable. ¿Pero para qué lo adaptar? Para el mercado. Segundo, preparación académica para la vida. Lo mismo, si nosotros somos un sistema abierto que está en un universo ahí que va cambiando todo el tiempo, nos tenemos que adaptar. Y eso dio paso a que el gobierno genere muchas políticas únicamente de tecnificación y que las personas únicamente tengan una capacitación que no era educación superior, sino bien tecnificada y que responda a las necesidades del mercado. Y finalmente, el sistema abierto interconectado, de nuevo, interconectado con el norte igual. ¿Sí? Entonces, esto es básicamente lo que sacamos de Brasil. Sabemos que es lo que tenemos que tomar en cuenta y que deberíamos tener cuidado. Deberíamos, digo, que en Corea se está haciendo un tren en la educación ahora, esto de la teoría de Darwin. Entonces, por eso lo están estudiando. Pero a la vez es interesante porque una de las razones, una de las fallas para la aplicación de esto fue el completamente heterogéneo contexto que tiene Brasil. Todos sabemos, nosotros venimos de pueblos multiculturales, pluriculturales, multiétnicos. Pero Corea no es tan heterogéneo. Entonces es probable que sea más sencillo. ¿Ok? Entonces, ¿qué voy a usar? Social Network Analysis. No me voy a ahondar en esto porque aquí todos son expertos en interacciones hasta donde vi. Básicamente voy a utilizar Social Network Analysis porque así puedo saber cuáles son mis nodos importantes, cuál es la medida de las interacciones de los stakeholders, eh, cuáles son las propiedades de esas relaciones, qué cantidad de relaciones existen entre cada uno. Sí. Y las implicaciones que espero encontrar van a ser obviamente con relación a la organización del sistema educativo coreano. Esto entra desde políticas públicas relacionadas con educación y salud. Y a nivel de sociedad, pues, claramente porque voy a medir interacciones en un espacio, en un pueblo que se está convirtiendo, o al menos eso espera, ser multicultural, que ya es intercultural, pero no llega a multicultural, que son dos conceptos completamente distintos. Entender las relaciones entre esos stakeholders y quizá incluso cambiar las expectativas que se tienen con relaciones. Y me parece que eso es realmente importante. Gracias, María. Does anyone have any questions? ¿O alguien tiene preguntas? That includes vocabulary. Maybe you mentioned como pueblo. No, mencioné pueblos y nacionalidades. Exacto. Because I feel like you said if you were choosing the account to analyze this like implication of how the perspective from this person can like change the so I was curious why you choose the nationality, but I mean it's not the case. I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I didn't specify what I'm going to do, like just specific portion of the population I am going to choose. So what I'm going to do is to clear a class of the Japón that has actually multiculturality inside of the class and one other that doesn't have that much concentration. And let's see how do they improve. Is there another question? Thank you. And with you, Maria Rosas, for your Master from Philippine University and focuses on multiculturalism identity and historical narrative in South Korea and Japan. Her work reflects how memory shapes interpretation. Let's give her a big round.
Japan contemporary Korea. So it's social and my research side result conclusions and behavior. Okay. So the main question that sparked my interest in this topic was what is the main predicators that influence the perception of Japan today? But the question that I actually wanted to answer in my paper was like, do government frame historical narratives shape perceptions of Japan? What is the role of history education about the Japanese colonization in these perceptions? And how do the construction of national identity among South Koreans influence the perceptions of Japan? So first, let me give a small definition of what I define as historical narratives. And this is, I constructed how we tell history in the past, how we make connections between what we know and how we're telling those stories. How does it appear? And these questions are going to be answered through what the museums in South Korea tell us about the colonization. So the contemporary relevance, I think, is a secret that the relationships in Japan and Korea are very tumultuous. It's from the tensions. And I believe if we create frameworks for history education where both countries can create and build trust through the education of history, this is how I see or the relevance of my research. So, well, as I said before, in international relations, the study of the relationship between Japan and South Korea and other East Asian countries is nothing new. As this quote and who said that diplomatic tensions are part of friction, we know that historical issues are one of the main factors in these tensions, and it's a very repeated story. Like we hear it in the news every time that some prime minister visits certain shrine in Japan, tensions happen. So my research is not about these tensions and how these historical disputes create tensions, but instead how history is being reproduced in Korea that foments certain perceptions about Japan. So why did I choose museums? I think museums is something or is an institution that we don't really think about a lot when we learn about history education. Usually when we talk about history, we're talking about books and what we see in class and what the teacher is always telling us and we don't really pay attention to. But a lot of people do go to museums and consume history and consume a particular story, like a storytelling of these events. And we don't realize how these events are being linked to us in the present and what happened in the past. So museums, and if we all start with the idea that represents ideas, narratives, and stories that not only showcase to other nations, but to the citizens of that nation. The museums, if you think about it, are more built for the citizens of the nation, not others. Sure, we might have some tourists in the museums here and there, but the museums are permanent installations and exhibitions for the citizens. So, what I see in museum and how museums tell stories is to incentivize a sense of national belonging and pride. If you have heard about Imagine Communities from Benedict Anderson, he talks about how we as a nation is a political structure that we imagine we belong. It's something constructed. It's not given. So how do a state, a government, and a nation create the sense of belonging to someone that we don't know? They live so far away. But somehow I am Colombian and the Colombian in the public, we feel that we belong together, that there is a sense of familiarity just because we say that we're Colombian. This is the sense of an imagined community. And museums and thus history education try to build upon that sense of national identity. But my two main theories for my research was the dynamic memory theory and the social cultural theory. Both of these theories try to explain how we can create something called collective memory. We all have memory of our own self, like when we were a child, when we were in high school, when we were in college. Even right now, we're creating a memory. But in history, we have something called collective memory. Like how, oh, the Independence Day. Oh, it's in July, right? Like for Columbus, it's in July 20th. So Independence Day, somehow that date has significance to me as a Colombian. That's part of what we call a collective memory. And these two theories help us study how we get collective memories. So for the dynamic memory theory, we have the sense that there is a power and institution that sets us this collective memory, guide us into creating this sense of belonging. Whereas the social cultural theory is pretty similar, but what is most important of this theory is that the agents, us, the individuals, and us as a group, have a hand in creating these collective memories. So it's not just given from top to bottom, but also bottom to the top. So let's take a look at my research design. I have an independent variable that is the governmental frame historical narratives about the Japanese colonialization and the South Korean identity. I have an intermediate variable that is the collective, constructed collective memory of the Japanese colonialization. And the dependent variable is the perceptions of Japan today. In my hypothesis said that these historical narratives create a sense of national identity that form a collective memory that in turn shape a negative view of Japan. This is how this hypothesis would look like. We have the individual with political ideology, education level, trust in government, and trust in history and education, and the social resources, such as the government defined historical narratives. These two feed from each other, and at the same time, create a collective memory of this Japanese colonialization that in turn give us a negative perception of Japan. Okay, so my data collection methods, I have three methods. One was the content museum analysis. So this was visits to 11 well-known museums in Korea, all of them sponsored or funded by Korean governmental entities. And also from the original websites or museum profiles, information that I could find that the museums put out there. This is what the exhibitions were telling me or not telling as well. There was an original survey, and this survey gathered 55 respondents and an experiment. The experiment was inside the survey too. These were the museums that were subject of the content museum analysis. And the main idea of these visits and looking at the museum's profiles, it was to look into the exhibitions, see what we're talking about the Japanese colonization, and remark the vocabulary, the words that they were using in the moment to describe certain events. Because you can tell an event very neutrally, or you can put certain words that give you the perception that this event was negative and this event was positive. Also, I wanted to look into how many of these exhibitions, how big were the exhibitions? Because some museums might have one exhibition about the Japanese colonization, but the museum is huge and it has 8 exhibitions and only one about Japanese colonization. These kind of things are very important during this content. Then this the distribution of the survey. Then we go from the demographic information, political party affiliation, national sense of national identity, and trust in government as well as trust in museums. Do people trust the information that is being exposed in the museums? Then perceptions of Japan. These questions were before and after the experiment. Because the experiment wanted to see the reaction of the people, depending on if the exhibition was positive or negative. So I needed to gather what was their perception of Japan before and after the experiment. And familiarity with national museums, because sometimes people don't really go to museums, or maybe from the 11, they have been only one to one. And the relation with history, what do they know their history? Were they familiar already with Japanese colonialization or just with the things that they see in the news? And last one, there was an open-ended question for a more qualitative reach of the survey. It was like, what do you think is the role of the government in history education? So this is what the experiment looked like. The experiment number one was negative historical narrative. This is actually from the Seoul City Museum, and it portrays a very negative perception of the Japanese colonialization. That's fair. And there was a positive historical narrative. This is actually from the Taiwan National Museum, where it portrays a more positive perception of that time period. And the subject of survey were subject of this experiment. However, it was randomized. Some of the respondents received the negative treatment and some others received the positive treatment. So let's talk about the results. As I said, one of the things that was more interested about in the museums is that what were the exhibitions about, how many were they, and in this table is a little bit summarized how these exhibitions were planned or displayed. And as you can see, most of the national museums had at least one exhibition about the Japanese colonialization. However, if we take into account how big the museum is or the relevance of this museum, it doesn't look like it was cut. For example, the War Memorial Museum has a very, very tiny fraction of an exhibition for Japanese colonization. Why? This was very interesting because why is the War Museum there? To exhibit Korea's military history. And Japanese colonialization doesn't sound something that you want to exhibit as part of your military history. It's not something to be proud of. And the museum itself, in their objective, said that, oh, I really want to show how resilient Koreans are, how how our military history, like all how we have built this country. So it is important to know that how they decided to portray Japanese colonialization in the museum. Other museums, for example, did not have any exhibition about the Japanese colonization. And there are others, there are other museums that are specific about Japanese colonialization. I think we have here about the Sondermund Prison Museum and also the Independence Hall of Korea that is also has a whole building for the Japanese colonialization. But one of the main findings on this museum content analysis was that the National Museum of Korea actually in their main branch only holds history of the Korean national colonial history until 1910. And in their website, they said they do this because they wanna highlight the Korean Empire before colonialization. They wanna highlight how good was Korea before the Japanese colonialization. Okay, let's move on with the survey results. As you can see, gender distribution was pretty fair, almost 50-50. Most of the respondents have achieved some kind of higher level of education. And political party affiliation was hard to get because most people decided not to disclose their political affiliation. Also, the survey was both in Korean and in English. And let's see some results about the national identity. As you can see, most of the respondents feel very proud to be Korean, but also feel very proud to be a Korean citizen. Now let's talk about trust in museums and government. So, as we can see in my right-hand table, trust in governments is actually not that much. People do not trust the Korean government. However, they do trust the information that their national museums exhibit. Now, the results of the experiment were actually very interesting. When I came to this hypothesis, I assumed that if someone was exposed to a positive perception of Japanese colonialization, maybe the perception of Japan would change. But as we can see here, the positive treatment, actually the perception of Japan lowered by being exposed to a positive image of Japanese colonialization. And in the first treatment, actually still lower. So if they show negative, their perception of Japan actually is less favorable. So here, the main result of my research actually highlights something that they answered in the open-ended question, and is that they want history education to be unbiased, non-political, and factual. And they believe a positive perception of the Japanese colonization has some political objective behind it. So they felt manipulated by a positive perception of Japanese colonization. And these are the results of acceptability of the narratives that they were exposed to. Those who were exposed to the negative perspective actually felt that it is acceptable for a museum to display this information, whereas those that were exposed to the positive treatment feel that it is not acceptable that this information is displayed in museums. And these are my regression results. The survey did have a quantitative aspect of it, very small one because my sample was very simple. But the main idea and the main result of this regression was that the more people trusted the museum information, the less favorable the perception of Japan's appeared. These were some of the answers on my open-ended question. As I said before, it was more about being factual and unbiased and not to use history as a political tool. That was the main answer from the questions. So let's jump a little bit about the conclusions. One was that the museums do have an impact on the perceptions of national identity and the perception of Japan. And one of the things is that the dynamic memory theory and social cultural theory tell us is that the subjects, us, we are aware of these narratives and we do influence how collective memory is formed. And that the last thing, in particularly for the regressions, is that the trust in museums is very high, also heightens the perception of Japan. Well, there was a little bit of recommendations. I think my study was very small. However, I do think in the future this study should be conducted in a bigger scale. Hopefully, I can do that soon. But also, these type of studies can be implemented in other countries. I think, for example, in the case of Colombia, that we're going through a lot of peace agreements and processes, we do need to understand how we plan to build the history of conflict in order to be able to move forward. Um, Thank you. Well, please feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions.
I have a question. Can I ask one question for your presentation? I would like to also to have one question for the previous presenter. Is it possible? Okay, I'm going to do very quick. Okay, so the first question. So I'm curious about so if there is any metrics something that or can be sure about what is the impact for the people to know the culture about the country in relation with the crowd, workforce, or empowerment. So there is any matrix about that? Yes, curious about that. I'm sorry, but just about the. So my point is, if when you know that your culture, is there any mention that it can help to the country or the people of the country in these economic factors or empowerment workforce? Is there any relationship between all this kind of history about each country? I think it depends on the theory that you want to use. Because when we talk about culture, history, and identity, it's hard to measure it. Like doing quantitative studies is very hard. Because how do you measure that you're Colombian or Ecuadorian or Venezuelan? It's very hard to have a metric about it. That's why, like when I did the survey, I needed to have an experiment on to be able to see the changes on perceptions because how am I going to measure a perception quantitatively speaking? So when we were measuring culture in the imagined communities from Benedict Anderson, we're talking about the language, about the race. We are talking about the event of newspapers, for example.
that newspapers help us think that something that happened to someone in a newspaper, a story that appears in a newspaper, somehow is related to you, happened to someone that appears in your news. So it's a bit hard to quantify this kind
I
of
think so. My question is in the sense because in our countries, uh, I think there is not a lot of focus about the history of each country. So in comparative frame with Korea, Korea you can see a lot of museums that you can see amazing how the culture is, how the any events happen. So I was curious.
I think for our countries, we will have to look more on the content of curriculums, the school curriculums, what is being taught at school, especially when we're talking about history. I remember when I was in elementary school, we would have specific classes about indigenous culture. But maybe this is not available in every single school or in public school. So I think in order to measure all culture and how it's being taught in our countries in Latin America, we have to look more into the curriculum in what is being taught at schools. Like it's history teaching itself, not just listening.
Can I ask another question? So the one is that's crazy. That was very interesting. Bueno, el, el análisis que entonces me pareció interesante, pero me quedó una duda cuál era la final. Entendí que como tal hay diversas formas de enseñar, bien, a veces tienen formas de enseñar, están enseñados para crecimiento económico diferente, pero no entendí cuál es la finalidad de lo que están haciendo, o sea, ¿qué espera? ¿Cuál es el resultado que esperas? Eso es eso.
Fumar bien sana y que se puede, o sea, establece la respecto de todo lo que se puede generar. Pero ese es uno solo de los stakeholders. El gobierno, el microcurrículo, los docentes son uno solo de los stakeholders. Hay un montón de stakeholders dentro del sistema educativo. Y esos mismos podrían ser los alumnos. Entonces, yo quiero saber cuáles son las interacciones entre esos stakeholders, incluidos los alumnos. Entonces, yo lo voy a hacer entre estudiantes que están en un medio multicultural, y digo entre comillas porque claramente no se está dando por ello, y un medio multicultural slash intercultural. Vamos a ver cómo interactúan ellos y cómo se generan esos espacios educativos dependiendo de las diferencias de sus espacios. Sí, thank you very much. Now please let's give our presenter. Now we're going to present Maximiliano Barret Ibarra de Chile. Maximiliano is a legal scholar with 12 years of experience and a PhD candidate at Joseph University. His research touches on constitutional law and the impact of global committees on national policies. Please let's welcome him with an applause.
To the international trade, then the constitution and international treaties, how international treaties are incorporated in Chile legal system, the treaty hierarchy, the conventional control, and comparative law and legal transfer. Slide, please. No, the previous one. Thank you. Well, the international trade has been a state policy in Chile. It transcends political rules because our country believes that there are key resources like lithium, copper, and green hydrogen that will promote our development. And this demand a reliable institutional framework aligned with international law to ensure legal certainty for foreign investment. Next slide, please. Well, in Chile, the constitution and treaties, most um, Chilean scholars have centralized research and focus on human rights treaties. However, free trade agreements or free trade areas are also becoming legally and economically significant. They also include human rights clauses and regulatory frameworks that affect the domestic. Thank you. So how the treaties are incorporated to the legal system in Chile? Well, first of all, the president negotiates and signs treaties, while the National Congress is in charge to approve these treaties. In Chile, to be legally binding, it's require a publication in the official diary. Chile General considers that the courts can apply directly the treaties with a self-executive process. Next slide, please. So, in the hierarchy of the treaties, the Chilean constitution doesn't explicitly define what is the hierarchy of the treaties. Most scholars accept that they hold a super legal status above a regular law, but below the constitution. However, some scholars consider that human rights treaties have the same level or are above the constitution. Our constitutional court has reinforced that the constitutional reaffirming the constitutional supremacy over human rights treaty. Next slide. There is another interesting debate related with conventional Chile about if national courts should do this conventional control. That means that if the judges can invalidate laws against national laws that goes against the National Treaty of Human Rights in America, factors of say. So there are two models discussed. One is a weak control. So the courts have to interpret the local norms in accordance with international treaties and strong controls that the courts can invalidate a law that goes against international treaties rights. In Chile, however, we have a concentrated control of constitutional review in a constitutional court, so it's more linked to a weak control. Next slide, please. Going in another perspective is also important to analyze the comparative law studies about how a foreign legal rule can be implemented in a host legal country. So Alan Wilson highlights that transparent from legal rules have historical roots. For example, most part of the legal orders have Roman law or English common law rules. Well, we all here in Latin America, so we have very similar civil law tradition in Latin America. Also, Korea has civil law tradition. Well, there is a famous scholar who enacted Chilean civil code. He's from Venezuela, and Venezuela. He also influenced other codes in Latin America. The experience of post-socialist countries show that the adaptation or a transplant of legal rules from outside these countries failed because it's necessary to create an institutional framework to adapt these rules that came from abroad. So the legal practice is very important on how you implement this kind of transparency. Next slide, please. So effective legal transfer depends more on how the law is initially adopted than on the original of the legal system. So many times there is specifically in the case of commercial law and well, when a student is he work for the exchange service of Peru and how we deal with normally there is a lot of transparent corporate law from United States, UK. So there in theory there common law tradition cannot be adapted to a civil law tradition, but in general, this kind of commercial law corporate governance law works pretty good when there is good adaptations. Well, law must adjust to the local needs to be more likely to use and support. Legal actors such as lawmakers, enforcement, economic agents must understand and value the laws. Therefore, legal reforms should focus on improved legality by selecting rules that fit with the local cost in ensuring of the real domestic demand. Ideally, legal reform should work between countries with similar legal tradition, or support by strong investment in legal competition and while such adaptations increase that law will use and it should not be expected to reduce legal benefit. So, what is the relation of this with legal free trade agreements? This is an ongoing research that the idea of some free trade agreement treaty, there are very big ones like CP, TTTP, that it created not just a knowing tariff, it's created a whole legal framework for commerce. So the idea is that if we have transparency from civil law and it works successful or commercial law that is successful, there is a huge possibility that these big legal frameworks through international treaties or free trade agreements that relate to commercial issues will be successful. So next slide, please. There is my final example is the Chilean Constitutional Convention. We have two conventions in Chile, both failed. The first one, you can think about a constitutional convention as just an open draft without any legal binding limits. But the Article 135 of the Chilean Constitution consider that this constitutional convention cannot enact a constitution that goes against international treaties. So that's an important limit if you are going to exercise a power like the constitutional power. That's all. Thank you very much for listening.
Um, so does anyone have questions? I actually have one. No one else.
Well,
Yeah. Okay.
So first of all, I want to say congratulations. I found your research very interesting. And one of the main concerns about the free trade agreements, the FTAs, is that sometimes they take too much time, or sometimes there are too many countries that do these FTAs between each other that we have this spaghetti effect. So maybe I am not very aware of how these FTAs are actually going because in the document it can seem really good, but in practice I am not sure how they are actually, what is the current state of the FTAs in South America? Thank you.
that's a very interesting question for the complex. Well, in Latin America, there are kind of two groups of countries. There are groups of countries like we can summarily say that the Alliance Pacific, like Peru, Colombia, or Chile, that are more open to free trade agreements, and the others like countries who belong to Mercosur, Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay, and Brazil, they are less open to free trade agreements because they decided to create a customs union. When you create a customs union, you give up part of your sovereignty to negotiate free trade agreements. So in the case of Mercosur, they improve the free trade between these countries, but with outside countries, it's more complicated. So I think it would be much better to these countries try to improve the modify their rules and engage in more free trade agreement. There is an ongoing debate or negotiations between Mercosur and the EU, so that maybe can reduce tariff between Latin America. Uh, there is very interesting the nation you set up spaghetti bowl, and I think maybe Chile that probably the Latin American side one free trade agreements, they become a huge confusion for actors. So maybe we should try to reduce free trade agreements, not to reduce to try to merge free trade agreements in order to create a more reliable legal framework, a more easy for people who want to do trade between different countries. Even for countries like Japan, I read a bit about it. Some persons don't use the free trade agreement because it can be too complicated. Right? And oh well, actually have the advantage that the tariff is not very high if you allow the free trade agreement.
Thank you very much. Please give an applause to Maximiliano. Section. And now we're going to move forward to informative section with our sponsor GMA Remittances. Um, this is Miss Daniela Montalvo Granado representing the GMA Remittances. Let's bring it. She will introduce remittance solutions tailored to Latin American inquiry. Hi everybody again. How are you? So now this is a very short presentation. It's simple and easy. I'm going to introduce GME Remittance. This is a fintech company, it's a financial technological company that tries to offer services to the foreign community in Korea or in Latin America. And like help with personal remittance, bank transfer, mobile wallets, and loans. And this is how our management team and board of directors looks like. It's actually a half Korean, half Nepalese company. So it's a very foreign friendly and company and tries to keep in mind the needs of foreigners in Korea, particularly when we're talking about financial services. So the main product of the app is remittance, trying to send money abroad. And we have services for over 200 countries and 80 plus currencies. So that means most likely the country that you're from, we offer the service to you. Actually, earlier we had one of the assistants. She was from the Bahrain, and she was like, "I never found an application or a bank that sends money to my country." And guess what? We had it. So all our services are in one app very seamlessly. You can have international transfers, local transfers as well. So if you need to send money to other people in Korea, we call all the Korean banks available in our app. You can also check the currency rate in the app. You can even buy KTX tickets on our app. So if you're not good at Korean, you don't like to go to the station to buy your KTX tickets, you can do it on your app in English, Spanish, Portuguese, French, whatever language you need. It's in the app. And actually, speaking about languages, we have multilingual customer service. So if you don't want to deal with money issues, trying to send money home, or whatsoever, and you want to speak in your native language, you most likely will find customer service representative in your language. We're talking here Spanish, English, but we also go for Southeast Asia, Indonesian, Thai, Vietnamese, Chinese too, of course. So we can avoid all India. I'm gonna give you then a few seconds to download the app, of course, so you can scan the QR code. So if you want to download the app and have access to this amazing service. For that service of having a debit card
here in Korea. Sometimes getting like a card to be able to wear to use here in Korea is difficult. Getting Korean banks is difficult. They just make you sign a bunch of papers in Korean, and you most likely don't know what you're signing for. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Shin. We can have a Mastercard, you can use it abroad, you can use it also inside Korea, physical stores, and also online. So if you want to buy on Coupang or you want to buy on AliExpress, whatever it is, you can use the cards. And we also offer loan services. This one has a little bit more requirements. You need to be from a specific visa type in order to access the loans, but it is more accessible than trying to get a loan through a bank. Okay, now the QR code. So the QR code and download your app. If you don't want to scan the QR code, you can also download it from Google Play and the apps. And well, what makes us different, as I said before, we offer multicultural and multi-language customer service. Have more than 400,000 happy customers. And we have 12 branches all over Korea that are ready to help you and get your remittance. We also have actually service for SIM cards. It's not only a financial company, it's also telecommunication services. And these are all global operators and partners all over the world. So for those in Latin America, you might have heard about Western Union, MoneyGram, Banco Santander, Mercado Pago, Flynn, and Japan are a few of our partners in Latin America. And you can find us here in our website. You can also contact us through this information if you want to find more about GME. Thank you. I actually also use the app, and I think in the month of April you don't have to pay any amount. Like your bank asked for a fee, but like it was free for me. So yeah. Yeah, giving marketing to speak. Okay. So now let's move on to a 10 minutes of break and then we will look on the third session. 10 minutes, come back at 3:20. So thank you. Pues de no, no es mi trabajo. Si a veces lo que pasa es que y lo que me se usa
Eso.
me pasa que a mí lo que pasa es yo no me Now let's begin session 3. This session brings together researchers covering critical topics in health and medicine, and I hope I understand it, such as AI and smart solutions to biopharma innovations. So our next speaker is going to present online. This is Heiner Camacho from Colombia. Heiner is a double master graduate from Seoul National University. He has developed innovative tech for healthcare, smart cities, and energy, earning awards from Germany to Korea for his work on device reduced postpartum coverage. So let's please give him an applause.
Hello everyone, thank you for this warm welcome. As you already hear, my name is Pedro Tomato from Seoul National University. And today we presenting Inventors are a startup spin-off from Seoul National University. And we are focusing on research and developing technologies in the energy field and also the field. Uh, Here's an important data. Every minute, two women in the world are dying because postpartum hemorrhage. This is what happened in the global. So, as I already told you, since the future, which is spin-off from Southampton University. Our technology has been supported by the Global Research Center, Chile University in Canada, and also we are aiming to convince the sustainable development. Mm, our research is divided into two parts. We are evaluating literature in the part of the world in all issues currently exist in the world. And also we are developing literature mindfulness existing in the world for the development of crisis to control postpartum hemorrhage. This is the first step of the research. And so far, the target identified is one since 2020 state of the common postpartum hemorrhage in the healthcare system. So summarizing postpartum hemorrhage is one of the leading causes in maternal child. There are another causes. So you can see this graphic. There are also infections. There are also sepsis. There are also miscarriage in the child. And in Asia, the most important reason of death in the child is postpartum children. 20% now cases of postpartum. But also there are cases of child recently. So, causes of children is the sepsis or infections during the first as I already told you, postpartum depression is a big concern in the mental area because it covers 10% of the cases in all the child person. It means from every person that ever lives in the world, 10% percent, 30% of the population develop postpartum hemorrhage. And this is in a year, 14 million cases. And from these 14 million cases, 2% they are fatal case. It means the mother and the child didn't manage to survive, so they passed away. This is for a total of 290,000 cases. This is a big number of people. If we compare with our demography, it can be the same population that Sweden or Norway, or if you want to compare with the city, with the same population of Geneva, the city of Switzerland. So we are talking that in 1 year we are disappearing complete population of the world, complete city of the soup of two continents, I mentioned Sweden or Norway. So this is a huge issue in the healthcare field, and we have been worrying numbers, and what we did is to develop technique modern and contemporary postpartum. So, what are the main reasons for postpartum conversion? As far as we identify and observe, general existing non-existing procedure, medical procedure that can implement engagement. Hospital medical facilities or can be developed by any medical practitioner. But the limitations occur in the low income economies because there is a scarcity of medical staff. There is very low development in medical infrastructure as hospitals or medical centers. And also there are low access to medical technology. And in some many places also there are no access or possibilities to produce medicines, medicines for treating the postpartum hemorrhage. In the data community, this is not really searching, this is great. But even that because also as the low income economies, they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the resources for common because part of memories in the same proportion they don't have resources to identify what is part of memories but now. For illustrating this case, let me try to propose exercise. Try to imagine a woman who belongs to a normal community. This woman is pregnant and do where the children was part of it. But no one in this community knows what is the postpartum hemorrhage. Even more, this community, as long as no one, they are far from the most closest populated cities who have access to a doctor or a medical facility. So while the woman developing postpartum hemorrhage, there is a high probability that he will not sustain his supply, he will die. While the woman died, this data, well, the reasons, the causes of the death will not be recognized in any ways. So the initial numbers I gave of the number of cases of postpartum hemorrhage is really not in, even bigger and the causes of the clinics caused by postpartum hemorrhage. If we are considering GL numbers of 800,000 cases per year. So here we can check comparative data of data benefit. We can see in the graph that in most of the relevant data comes from developing economies, as Europe, America, and some places taken from. But whenever we want to get the data from low income economies, the data is very small. This is counterintuitive because with most of the cases starting hemorrhage exactly from the local economy. So the data earned in intern regarding this case and in number of cases reported regarding the convert. So clearly there is a strategy in water organization and format postpartum care between 2023 and 2030. This document is about the strength educational system in the developing economy and improving structure of the medical system for reducing postpartum care. This is a work strategy. We want to align with this strategy to find that can reduce the implementation of this plan. Because this plan for us is like a long-term plan. Because for a country, a developing country, developing economy, to develop all the medical infrastructure will take between 10 years up to 2 or 40 years. It's also the same country, Laos, Vietnam, for reducing the prices of postpartum hemorrhage, you have to pass from developing economy to undeveloped economy. Improving the infrastructure and access to the healthcare system, we also have to improve the infrastructure of the roads, the streets, and also we have to improve the educational infrastructure by to produce more not that much practitioners. So it's all together a system, something that has to be developed. And this is a long term, long run planning system. So what we are going to do, we are doing it in the last 10 years, is develop that line produce it in the next 3 or 5 years, and it's start producing postpartum hemorrhage. So how currently is tackling postpartum? Currently, there are two levels, two tiers. The first tier is with mixed medicaments as oxytocin, suppository, epinephrine that are intended to induce a muscle contraction and stop the link inside the hormone. The second tier is transfusion, hysterectomy, uterine intronicide, or uterine all these procedures require anesthesia and medical facilities, specialized medical staff, surgeons, and gynecological obstetrics, and also a unit care, intensive unit care unit, divided from medical science trial. And the two level is the medical device. In this sector, specifically, we not currently the uterine balloon they are required to be installed inside the hospital and also be installed by special that know the person each time that way. In front of every tier, you can see the proportion of the market. So the most of the market are the most cases. Since is in the postpartum period, in the where in temple in medicine. In the second level, the medical surgeries. And the last level is in medical devices. Just to prevent this disease happen. Also, the device is developed for being started with assistance of any medical staff, also without the need of any medical facility. We also are planning to produce between 2 and 3 dollars. Now, let me introduce what is SUD. SUD is the medical device we are seeing now on the street. It's a balloon that is comprised by human system, multi-system, and an process system. All these devices, once it's introduced in the room, and activate the fluid that is inserted inside the balloon. Show you now. During the procedure of the balloon is inserted in the balloon. The balloon is insufficiently inflated. This pressure really block also the device track how many blood the woman is losing. So the woman can install this device herself without the need of no one assisting. Stop. This device can last operated inside the woman alone for up to 24 hours. After 24 hours, this device will lose pressure, needs to be replaced for a new one. What we are going to provide here in this device is a very vulnerable window, window of time for woman to switch from the location isolated location to reach some more facility in the geographical to obtain medical assistance to control the postpartum pain rate. So we are providing 24 hours to the woman to get every medical assistance. This device was developed between a collaboration in Colombia and Korea, but currently the technology is very in South Korea. We have been working in the same area. Opportunity is also a company in South Korea as a startup. As I already mentioned, this is a spin-off Seoul National University. This device was presented here in South Korea in the point was that was later technology. We also present this technology for Asian foreign traction in the German World Congress. This is the team that is collaborating in the development of the team. All the staff is part of the Seoul National University. And this is all for myself. If you have any questions, I'll address them.
Questions? Okay, I actually have one. Um, so in there, when once a device is installed in a patient, for how long can it be used?
Thank you for the question. This is a very important. The device is designed for up to 22 hours. But the device works with the isotonic liquid. This liquid is create a pressure inside the bone. This pressure is the pressure that maintains the fluid under control. But even if we use the best silicon technology, the, the pressure of the device will be start losing sorry, sometime. So after 24 hours, the pressure will reduce. So what we suggest the moment in the last 24 hours, it managed to get a hospital intensive by a practitioner. She must remove the device and install a new one. So it's 24 hours.
Thank you so much. Let's give him an applause. Congratulations. Now we're going to move to the next presenter, which is Joel Vargas Alba. He's from Bolivia. Joel is a molecular medicine master student at Seoul National University with a strong background in biotechnology career, um, biotechnology and cancer therapies. His work focuses on antibody engineering and nanomedicine. Please give him an applause.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for staying to the last part. I know a lot of you are very tired, so I will try to be as fast as possible, but at the same time, try to be concise with information and very concrete. So a little bit about me. I think in order to understand what I do and what uh, is my work about, first I have to tell you about my major. Yeah. So she said a while ago, I'm in the Department of Molecular Medicine and Biopharmaceutical Science. So what I try to do on my major is like first try to understand the underlying mechanism of vaccines, and then we try to come up with therapeutic. Let's say it could be an antibody, could be a nanoparticle, as this is the case I will be talking about, or usually even chemotherapies. But we try to focus more like on less invasive therapies that have less side effects. So what I will be talking about today is the initial research I did on my major using nano platforms or based on albumin. So what is an albumin? So this is what I just talked about. Um, Next, please. Oh, before that. Yeah. So first of all, as I said, we try to come up with very less invasive therapies that have almost no side effects. So what we thought about in our lab, in the first lab I was in, was using human serum albumin. So albumin is something that is in your body, so it doesn't have side effects. For example, when you use chemotherapy to treat cancer, the thing is that chemotherapy agent is like chemical, and when you intake this, it attacks all the cells, not only the cancer cell, but also the healthy cells. So in order to prevent this, we say, why we don't use something that naturally exists in our body and it doesn't have side effects? So the solution or the answer for that was human serum albumin. So because album is so small, I cannot really show the real album, right? So because it's in nanometers. So the most closely approximation that I can show you is this on screen, that yellow thing there. So what we do in our lab is first create the human serum albumin by chemical methods. And after we create the albumin, we try to put on the surface of this albumin two molecules. First, we put the molecule that can recognize uh, cancer cell. If you see there is a purple thing there that says GUR. So that is the like ligand that recognize the cancer cell. And when this albumin attached to the cancer cell, it specifically attacks and kills the cancer cell. So that is the advantage of this platform. And the main like novelty about this is we try to use a new reaction, chemical reaction that is called click chemistry. So by means of click chemistry, we make possible the albumin to attach to the cancer cell, and by attaching the albumin to the cancer cell, the drug that we additionally also attach attacks just that cell and that cell. So now that is really a big issue, because a big deal, because as I just told you before, chemotherapy, radiotherapies, they kill most of your healthy cells along with the cancer cells. And basically, that is the concept here. That's what we try to convey. And it seems very simple here, but in order to, let's say, we need to know exactly how many of these nanoparticles we have in a vial. Let's, if you want to use this in a patient, uh, you will need to know the number of the albumins, and even the number of these ligands. So in order to study this, we basically test a lot of like different concentrations, and then by UV spectrometry, we see like which amount, which concentration is the most effective on killing cancer. Because the thing is that too much doesn't do it to your body. Too little, it has little effect or none. So that's why one of the main focus trying to optimize this nano platform is knowing the exact concentration. Um, yeah, and in order to, let's say, see whether or not this works, we use like a fluorescent dye, in this case ICG, and we see how much this albumin that is attached to a drug actually kills the cell. I'm going to show you later. So these are the results. Like if you see there, I mean, it's maybe a little complicated for some of you, but basically the concept here is you have in the red line just the albumin. The albumin doesn't have anything, it's just albumin. It doesn't have the drug, doesn't have the additional molecules that we put on. And that's why you can see it's in a lower range in the sorbent graph. Well, the albumin we make on the lab is the one in black. You see it has higher absorbance, which means that has a higher activity against the cancer cell. Next, please. For that. And yeah, so these are they may not seem like cancer cells, but those are actually cancer cells. All what is in blue is the cancer cell, and what is in red is how much we actually could like heal in terms of like the amount of the concentration of this tissue that is prostate cancer again. And so we tested this, and we saw that when we put our nano platform along with the drug, almost 80% of the cancer cell died, but other healthy tissues or cells were not affected. Um, so what is this important? As I said before, I mean, it is really important to know that right now the market cap for cancer treatment is almost like 250 billions. And most of these treatments are dominated by antibodies, or therapeutic antibodies, to be precise. And these kind of technologies that are kind of like a novelty are very important because when you have a monopoly like therapeutic antibodies have, usually they control the prices and they can charge you as much as they want. But when you have these alternatives that everyone can use, you can have very low price with a very high activity. And that's why we try to study this nano platform as much as possible. Um, so last slide. Yeah. So in terms of how to apply this in Latin American countries, uh, so since the difficult part here is just come up with exact concentration of the chemical reagents, that's the difficult part. The easy part is just when you tell someone what to do in what exact rates, this becomes really easy. So I think this could be applied in like Latin American like countries because as far as I know, like at least in Bolivia, just because we don't have a lab which specializes like discovering new like platform for street cancer, I mean, they just use whatever other countries give them, but they don't have like in-house produced like platforms. So I think if we just train them for at least a month, that would be enough for them to use this kind of technology. But I think it's because this is not really well known, sadly. Hopefully, like in the future, I can apply this, Latin American countries. Um, well, that will be all actually for my presentation. You have any questions? You could ask me. Yeah.
How do you realize that to be able to have uh, this new treatment for cancer available in the market? Hospitals can buy it and provide to patients.
So you say how long we have to wait?
Yeah, to make this treatment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the good thing is that there's already one patented and it's on the market. And it's like a technology based on this albumin nano platform that is on the market. So we don't have to wait. But I mean, this is specifically for just one type of cancer. The difficult part is that we need more funding to keep like researching about this to test with specific drugs and in regular populations. But it's basically already on the market, but it's just not well known because this is very, very like a niche center because most of the people have heard of chemotherapies, they have heard about like radiotherapy, even therapeutic antibodies, but not about this. And I think it's first we have to communicate more about this because it is there, but surprisingly, not many hospitals use this. Yeah, these dance will be just communicate more about this to check because the difficult part is convince the doctor that this is good for their patients. And so the difficult part is up to the doctor. I mean, they want to know that.
Um, One more question. Thank you for your talk. Just as a continuing question, I'm sorry. I'm sure I missed this, but in the album platform, like what was the drug used for the target for the prostate cancer? I think you can list it. I don't know if you specify it. And also, how easy is it to adjust this platform to different drugs? As like every chemical has this different structure, different memory variability. How easy is it to adjust this platform for different drugs that target different cancers?
Okay. Just correct me if I'm answering wrong because what I understood is that Okay, yeah, I can go back there. In the example I showed, prostate, prostate cancer cells, basically first, that was the demonstration that the platform, the algorithm, could actually attach to just the cancer cell, not other cell. And then after that, because that's the most important thing. After that, you can just attach any other drug by the same like chemist reaction. So it's not shown here, but I mean, I can show you later. I mean, by referring to some papers, but it's a simple demonstration of how we make possible this to attach those to cancer cells. And what was the other question now?
So this is, I'm thinking you're using algorithm as like a vehicle to demonstrate the principle, right?
Mhm.
So that basically answered the question.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's just with the algorithm with the
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you very much, Joel. That was amazing. Thank you. Enrique Fonseca Ibarra de Mexico, from Mexico. Cesar is a doctoral researcher at PI specializing in AI and public health. He's using digital innovation to improve health systems and public services both Mexico and the US. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Today, I'm going to talk about the inclusion-induced saturation effect. I will explain later a little bit what is this concept. Basically, we are going to analyze the impact of inclusion policies for hospital efficiency, patient satisfaction, and resource allocation. So basically, this is I'm Cesar Fonseca, Mexico. I've been living here for more than 3 years. I study at CAIS, master, and currently I'm pursuing my PhD. Um, so first of all, we're going to talk about hospitals and patients. Um, on the left side, you can see a very nice hospital, actually, it's a house, and normally it's very dirty. I'm going to explain you this because this was like the seed of this idea. With my advice, we started discussing that. What will happen if suddenly this hospital will be very crowded? What will be the effect? People will be, some of them will be very happy because more people is attending, but other people will be kind of not so happy because it's going to be crowded. So there's going to be timelines, and probably maybe the quality of the service is going to be affected. So this is like a global problem, in especially for example in the United States, the services are quite expensive. And also in Latin America, we also are trying to ask for more healthcare coverage, right? So in the United States, and we took some database, and I'm going to talk about United States because we use the database, and one of the biggest databases in the United States. So we could track all the records from 10 years in order to analyze this effect. So when politicians they win the elections. Normally, they say, okay, more people is going to have the access to the hospitals, right? But sometimes good intentions can lead to resource saturations effects. Some politicians they don't think about the impact these changes, and I think it's very important. We're going to see just with two examples, like in which areas are going to be there's going to have a negative impact. So the motivation of my research was to explain how healthcare inclusion policies, despite their good intentions, can lead to resource saturation events. And the question was aligned to this idea. So how do healthcare access policies influence hospital efficiency, patient satisfaction, and resource allocation? There are a lot of researchers they have go through these areas, especially not just in healthcare, also in education, and also in the housing. But we found a gap, and the gap on the contribution could be like most of the researchers isolate efficiency, resource use, and satisfaction.
With this study that I am conducting with my advisor, we are trying to use the one of the biggest databases, the HCOP database, using statistical methods like matching methods and also DID, difference and difference, in order to analyze this amount of data. As I told you, this is about a million of records, and we have divided, we complete this data, we process this information, and we identify some regions. So far, we are working on the New York State, and one New York State was almost one of the most complete databases that we have from 2008 to 2018. It's 10 years analysis. And also, we identify key variables, we reduce them to 18 variables. And basically, just as everyone in a study at PhD, you can go from the big data to a very specific information. So we identify New York State. New York State is divided in 11 regions. So we choose two of them. In order to identify the two very similar regions, I used statistical methods. One of them was identify variables, and I also use this methodological approach to identify groups, specific groups, use propensity score matching. I complete the difference and difference analysis, and I found some results. When you have too many variables related to a specific topic, and you have better regions, you have to compare them in order to choose two of them. Like, for example, if you want to identify from this group of people two persons which are more similar, we can compare height, maybe weight, but imagine that you have many variables. So a probe is not going to pair it with two variables, right? So if you use a statistical method, then you can identify these two regions. One, we have these two regions. The next step was to identify a specific period of time when something happened, something changed in the history. And that moment happened in 2014. It was Obama presidency when he increased the healthcare coverage. So this change was very important for this analysis because they increased almost 750 million, 50,000 new enrollers. And so we analyze these two regions before the change and after the change. One of the main hypotheses is this expansion of the Medicaid coverage in 2014 lead to a saturation effect. But how can we prove this? So we choose one of the variables, which is the type of methods. And in the United States and Latin American countries, we have different types of payment. One of them is Medicare, people over 65 years. Medicaid, people with low income. Private insurance, self-pay methods, no charge, and others. So we start like identify some trends. Like when we analyze and segment these variables, we can see. Can you see the green line? This is like trends. Red one, it's crossing, it's changing the behavior, it's increasing. That red line is the Medicaid, so we can prove that this increment of the population create a specific event. One of them was to decrease the private insurance and other payment methods, like for example, no charge or other types of methods, they are decreasing. This is very good, right? Because more people is having access to the medical services without having to pay private insurance. We can see here clearly these trends. However, when we go deep into the data and we run a linear regression, we can see that the length of stay, the number of days that you are spending in the hospital are increasing. So this is just one picture. We can do this for number of deaths or incorrect medical diagnosis. And one of these effects can be explained because maybe the hospital is saturated. there are not enough resources. People have to stay more time in the hospital. And this is not very good because, as you know, in the medical sector, when you spend more days in a hospital, you can get another sickness, or maybe you can produce another more deaths. So, in a certain way, it's beneficial for some groups, but in the long term, if you don't allocate enough resources, it's going to be a negative effect. So, but we choose one variable and run several regressions models, and then we can see this correlation. I increase the population, but I also increase the number of days in the hospital. I continue identifying the hospitals by confidentiality. You cannot see the name of the hospitals. We just have an ID and the number of observations through the time. We identify the hospitals with more visitors. And you can see here like number of visitors and then the name of the hospital just by ID. So we continue doing some analysis, some regressions, and we also try to verify this trend. Like in the global, we saw this trend, but how about if we try to identify this effect by hospital? And we also compare this. This is like a constant. And so finally, we run different regressions depending on the payment methods. And I'm going to go through these results. Um, so far, this research is ongoing, but one of the most important is that we can identify an increase of the Medicare are specific in the Moonhawk Valley against North Country. That means that in this hospital, in this region, more people have the service, increase the service. But the other way, and the number of people reducing 28% of the self-paying methods. However, the number of days that they spend in the hospital was increased. Probably sometimes the numbers are very cold and we can say, oh, it's probably it's not too much. It's like 1 day. Or the coefficient, the positive coefficient is not very significant. But if you multiply this for million of people in different hospitals through the time, is significant. Also, there is a correlation between our high correlation between the payment methods. So once you increase Medicaid, you are going to have a different impact on the payment methods, or maybe in the Medicaid, in the private insurance. So, so finally, as a one phrase, we can say that medical expansion achieved its goal, was good, of reducing the uninsurance population, both create operational strength. The increase of patients with public coverage was not accompanied with a proportional expansion of resources, causing detectable separation in hospital length of stays. We're going to keep working on this. We're going to now analyze the number of deaths. What happened? What is the correlation between the number of deaths when you increase the population? And in the next year, probably we can create like a model. That's one of my goals to create an estimation or a model where you can calculate, like you can increase, okay, what happens if I increase the medical coverage like in 15%? What is going to be the effect in other variables? Or how about 30? So maybe we can have more elements to show or to write a policy and say, this is good. You win the elections. You want to provide new services, but be aware of this because we're going to have different impact in different sectors, not just economical, just also in the quality of the services. Thank you so much.
So, what are some important findings from your analysis regarding to the effects of pushing policies and healthcare access and hospitality and how do these insights be applied in that innovation future?
Thank you so much.
That's a very important question, and also because we are talking about this for African. Definitely, it's very important to identify. It's very important to have the data, enough data in our countries. Without the records, without the information, it's very difficult to see or to identify these kind of trends. This with this information that they have collected for all the states in the United States, a lot of researchers can do like better they can get better insight, better results in different fields, not just policies. Also, they can identify like a number of deaths, identify another variable, which is sometimes is not very linked. They can identify like a correlation between these rates or these number of states between like the number of deaths. So without the data nowadays, it's going to be very difficult in our countries. Also, we can replicate this model. One of my advisors is trying to use the same approach in order to choose not just two regions, like one state from the United States against maybe another state for another country with a similar policy and try to compare them. How well, for example, Korea is doing in the medical sector, comparing like a policy, similar policy in other countries. Um, Nowadays, Korea is trying to get more foreigners and try to develop new projects. I think this is a good opportunity to show what we can do. We can replicate some policies, we can adapt some policies, but identify the key variables.
Thank you so much, Cesar. So this is the end for our conversation medicine. So please give me a big who will have think that like Medicaid and nano platform were going to be this fun, right? Okay, so now we're going to move on to the plenary lecture. Done by our speaker, Laura Bos Alvarez. She has 16 years of experience in Korea, and she's going to share her insights about learning lessons and working in the Korean business world. Please welcome her. Well, thank you so much for having me today. I'm just blown away from all the amazing project that I'm considering so much. So I'm just thinking that all these ideas, all these amazing things that you want to do, you were actually to go to market to bring them to life or to do. So I'm here today not to tell you more theory, frameworks, business. Just I want to tell you my story and how you can be inspired with this story when I move my country, Spain, I lived in Spain to Korea, and I try to build a business uh, in a market that Korea doesn't really wait for you to catch up. So since as I mentioned, I'm in Korea 16 years. I came here with no work intros, we had no roadmap, just pressure, problems, and I tried to make a deal time. So I will go through from outsider to an insider in the Korean business. So what we should listen to, and then you might be a student, professional, I mean, we all have PhD, and this is amazing. I do have degrees too, okay? I have like a 3 degrees, an MBA from university in Spain. So anyway, so I went to Korea with no roadmap, no Korean degree, and just a plan that I really had to make it happen in Korea. So the only reason is I have to make it work, no matter what. So and today, after 16 years, companies from abroad, they call me when their strategy doesn't work, when the distributor calls them, when there is a cultural gaps, when things is not happening, and then when the companies say, okay, so I had to have 30 companies from the Korea to put their products in the shelves. I work with the tables, I work with the big companies, and it's just a process, okay? So it's not that way I came and then I work with them simply. So if you have a question later how I actually make it happen, you can ask me. So I also founded, I have founded LG Global. Okay, LG Global is a consulting firm where I help the companies to go to Korea and also help them to work. I founded Global Trading training center, which is where I do the training. And then I also founded Global Women in Korea, which is an association today where I empower and elevate women that are in Korea, foreigner and Korean, to make actually happen business and life in Korea. So priority is the support and empower. So what was my starting point? So is it true? I can fall off, fall off. Yeah, no. And so that was the actually reason why I had to make it happen, right? So my husband is Korean, and he's the last one, meaning that it's not easy to just move away from his responsibilities. So I actually had to make it happen here. So, but love doesn't give you job. Love doesn't pay you rent. Love doesn't do any of it. Just to keep you, just keeping you there. They're really willing to make it happen. So that was the reason to stay, and the rest I had to earn from the beginning. So, as people maybe you saw, I'm actually from Spain. So when I came in South Korea, there were 100 Spanish people in the whole country, meaning that we were. I mean, there was no net. I mean, there was nobody to talk to, to be honest. So I just did all this journey kind of alone. So no connections, no roadmap again, so just friction. And then this friction that I have been living uh, is actually my competitive edge. I live from that friction. So uh, this is how I make the business. Um, so, and then how, yes. Vale. So, then I have to say that I didn't learn anything from our South Korea before when I was in Spain or I lived in the country in Canada anyway. I actually learning when I came here, so I did so many mistakes. So, for example, I misunderstood and mistook politeness with interest, and I wait for a clarity that never comes in Korean business. And I worked hard, and I thought that this effort of working hard will be the answer, but the answer is that none of this is right. Because Korea doesn't reward effort, it rewards alignment. So what does it mean? So you don't actually success because you work hard in Korea, it's because you care. No, because care is already given. You must care if you want to succeed in anything you do. But in order to succeed in South Korea, what you need to understand is how the decisions are made and then how you actually can move with this kind of vibe that Koreans they have in the decision process. And and just be there, waiting for the alignment between your interest and Korean side interest, and then they will make it happen. So, for example, many companies they might think, "Oh, I want to make a disruption." Actually, disruption is not what Korean companies, the big Korean companies, they are looking for. Actually, you need to align with their differences, their differences, and you need to align to them. You know, for example, you have some process that decrease for 2 seconds, some process, and that's your edge to enter. But you are not gonna change the whole conglomerate because you are disrupting, right? That's not what they are looking for. So that's the wrong entry. That's an example. So after all these years, that I wait for the clarity and then by working on it and this alignment and then I create this structure, everything structure, you just keep doing, you just keep showing, you just keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, and you will see it. You just need to wait, you will see. So and then from those 30 years, and then I become what they call me the fixer. So the fixer is I just at some point as I stopped adapting to Korean culture, I just started it in the way that I thought was best with algorithm. How to do this is, for example, I rewrite pitches, I rewrite decks, I will make a strategy behind the scenes. I know who are the influencers in a room. No, it's not influencer. The real influencer who put the product in the table to be discussed. And I learned the hierarchy, what the silence to do with Korean decision maker means. Actually, it's no bit of meaning. Silence is not just to be there. So once I learned all this, and then I just blend in and I let my own way. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you don't need to force yourself and adapt in the Korean way because you are not here to be the Korean way. Basically, in Korean, they're too people, they're too small, they're doing anything that you can. So what you need to be something new but agile, but that you can somehow merge with the way they work and they think. That's the part, understanding that part is not that easy feel, but it's what it takes. So what companies they get wrong? So for the Western companies, usually they get many things wrong, okay, but some of them is like they have the right product, but they have the wrong position. Um, okay, let me take an example of what does it mean. So, for example, everybody knows Kellogg's, right? The Kellogg's. It's a cereal that we take in the morning with milk, right? So when they came to Korea, they sell it as a breakfast, to be the meal, breakfast, something like that. But everybody here know already that Koreans they don't have breakfast like this. Actually, Koreans they use soup. They actually have a hot homemade meal when they are drinking, they go to after the day, for the meal, thanks, so they go for spices, right? So I think that they didn't understand what is the buyer consumer the psychology. So what they did, which lucky them they understood, is instead of doing it as a cereal, they actually did it as a snack. Right? So this is how they actually you see. So they have the right product. It's just they have the wrong positioning. So another thing that they do is they always, I don't know why, but they always send the wrong person to a meeting. I just don't know how they make it. I don't know how they decide this. They don't always send the wrong one. So, and then if you send a wrong person with a wrong power, soft power and hard power, then you don't make anything happen. So, and then usually Western companies, they misunderstand to have progress, they don't understand the progress. What it means interest and what it means progress and what it means things to happen. So then they launch, they grow, and then they think, oh, Korean market is just so hard. The market is Korean market something wrong. No. It's not like market issue. These are you align and you thinking in place. It's not aligned with the Korean market, Korean thinking, and Korean this Korean. I mean, you're trying to enter in the country, right? To maintain your product, your service, your whatever you're trying to. You need to actually rethink and understand how they want you to present the product in the way that they're interested. Maybe some features that you have, they're not interested about those features, they're interested about other features. And that's the one that you can say. And later, maybe you can convince them to try out the feature that you are interested. But the way to enter first is what they are interested in. It would be something unexpected. So when the Western companies they find out all this because you don't know what you don't know, and then it's when they find me, and then they already burn time and money, budget, and opportunity. So that's how I do the research and I do reputation fixed management. I do all these kind of things in order to redirect the market. So you might be wondering, like, why, how possible when you came to South Korea, and then you don't have connections, you don't have roadmaps, so how do you actually make it? So it's true that I don't come from Seoul. I don't start to Korean degree that they recognize, but I estimate that 300 million sales revenue for my husband. So the reason is I do deliver. What I say, I do, and I deliver it. So how do we do this? I go the extra mile. I do things that nobody wants to do. I promise things that I know I can deliver and extra deliver. Once you do, they respect you. So many people just talk, but you actually need to execute. So I'm an operator, and that's how I actually gain the traction. And once you see and then once you are seen, and then people tell to other people, and then this is how you actually gain the traction, because you're not gonna now with social media, we are like in there, or we really have question. So there is no WhatsApp at that time. So meaning that you need to actually really, really try hard to show and deliver. So yeah, so that's what I wanted to say, and then I also mentioned the silence is a message, it's something that please understand. So when you go to a room, just understand what is this silence. Maybe they are not understood or they are maybe they do understand and are thinking. So you need to actually do the hard work, which is figuring that out because they are not getting it because they don't even know truth. So the influence in Korea is invisible is not declared. So, for example, in some countries, not in our countries, like being assertive is actually a thing. Here is not assertive. You don't go as I did this, I achieved this, I created this. No, you need to be very indirect so that they can see what you have done without being said. This is something that we also find some difficulties to explain because we just like to be straightforward. But I think in over time, you learn that kind of indirect language and for a high context culture. So, few hours change, but what I want to say is that my advice to all of you is that for professionals, start looking in resume. I know you have amazing resume, but you start to deliver, like put yourself out there, make a case study, an examples, things that they can see that they can apply right away, and then like you will see. Uh, because and then you need to go places where the trust is valued, not the status. We don't have the status, and we will not have that status. So we just need to go to the cycles where there is trust. And then trust, bring other things with you. For founders, people who wants to be founders or to spin off like this guy before, that this is amazing. Just try to stop trying to localize and then be part of the process and partner with people who come with the market, So what I tell many people is that you need to speak to everybody, but you don't pay attention to everybody. So you be accessible, not inaccessible. And that will give you the trust that you are looking for. The method that I use in order to build all this is that um, oh, Uh, so what I do is, so how do I get all this information? I talk to so many people. I do interviews. I do buyer analysis, supply analysis, distributor analysis. I do all of it in order to gather information. And this information is actually what the customers are receiving. So to give you an example is like, I have attended my doctor, then I do some homework. Then I just about I want to have them out. So they ask me for how is the mind? Not their mind. Well, that is not your mind. So they ask, do you want this information? I'm like, no, have this information. I don't need to have this information, but do you want it? How can I get something in exchange? How can I make yourself better? So I did actually the report. I found information from her, and then I delivered it, and then she used it. And then the next time that I need something, she's gonna be there to provide it for me. So this is kind of the changes that we are looking for when doing business in South. So, one thing that I want to tell everybody in this room is that being an extrovert is not fitting in. You don't need to fit in. You need to live on your own way, be your own person, and be present in every single room that you are. By trying so hard, fitting in is not a solution. That's not what they are looking for. That's not what they like. That doesn't make you authentic at all. We get tired of keeping it up. So my suggestion is don't wait to be accepted and just live the way in the way you want and they will follow you. But you need to be very, very, very sure, like without authority, like you really believe in it. No, no second doubt. No, 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 like hesitant. Then like this, and then you make a crowd. You need to be very, very, very authoritative and this is the way that we are going. This is the best way. Now we should know how to that what we can that kind of attitude, without taking in, you can just speak as much as you want, but just not like friendly is the way. So I'm just I'm here. So if just in one room today, I inspire one person to say I can actually do it too, and then my job. Thank you. Yeah, master of ceremony, but I became inspired with it. So yeah, I think what we can take from here is that we have to stop at that and start meeting. Thank you so much for your amazing presentation. And let's give her another round of applause. Love and Brussels. Thank you for joining and participating because everyone has their papers. Okay, that's right. Experiment with Peter Winner. Okay, are you ready? It is number five. No, no. Okay, we don't have anything here. That's all. Thank you for coming, and I hope you enjoy all of the findings that Latin American researchers have found, like medicine, social sciences, engineering, and so. So yeah, now we can. Thank you.
You come to the stage to play the final this call. So everyone that there is attendance here, please go to the stage to take the final call. Yes, come.
para un futuro. Viene la estrategia de voluntarios, por favor. Además, Diana,